Meeting I. Welcome and roll call, please.
We can. Commissioner Killian,
Yes.
Commissioner Krelling,
Here.
Commissioner Gorney,
Here.
Vice Chair Valia,
Here.
Chair Case.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. So we'll move to consent calendar. This is an item may be placed on the calendar by the commission secretary when the item is not expected to be routinely approved. Anything for this evening?
There is nothing.
Wonderful. So with that, we will move to our public communications. This portion of the meeting is for comment on items not on the agenda tonight. We want to check from our Zoom participants as well, potentially.
I see none.
Okay, so we will move to item number 4, public hearings. We'd like to start with Walden Garden Town Homes. Do we have a presentation from our applicant? I'm sorry, from our city representative.
Hey, good evening, Commissioners. My name is Simmer Gill. I'm an associate planner with the City of Walnut Creek, and we are here tonight to discuss the proposed Walden Garden Townhome development that will be located at 1394 Walden Road. And the density bonus project also includes one affordable unit and is being reviewed under SB 330 review. The developer, Habib Sidnia, and his team are here tonight attending in person to answer any questions that you may have after the presentation. First, let's start with the project site. The parcel is located along the north side of Walden Road, and the west property line parallels Shady Lane. The project site comprises of 2 parcels, which includes 1394 Walden and a small strip of land along Shady Lane. Both parcels will be combined into a single parcel to total 19,177 square feet of net lot area. The site is currently developed with a home that was built in 1932. And the adjacent parcels to the west and east are zoned multifamily and developed with single-family homes. The Walden Park Commons Townhouse development is located directly rear of this project site to the north. Just to quickly go over the project entitlements, typically the design of any new project is approved by the Design Review Commission. However, this project is unique due to the Walden Oak Overlay Zone, which requires City Council review and approval of the final design review. And as indicated on the, I think it's in regulation number 5 of the overlay zone, which is attachment 6 of your agenda packet, where you could find this information. And we are here tonight to get DRC's input on the proposed design and a positive recommendation for the City Council for this development. Additionally, the Planning Commission will consider the tentative map for the 8 airspace condominiums. And the existing home on site will be removed, and the developer will construct 4 3-story buildings for a total of 8 units, ranging from 1,236 square feet to 1,654 square feet of livable area. The new 20-foot wide circular driveway off Walden Road will provide shared one-way access to all of the units on site, and all 4 buildings, the individual front doors and garage entries all face inwards to the interior driveway. And the pedestrian access to each unit also occurs off the central drive aisle. Buildings 1 and 2 provides a total of 4 2-bedroom units, and buildings 3 and 4 provides 3-bedroom units. All the units include covered private entry porches, 2-car garages, and private fenced-in yards. I believe in my staff report, I stated that all units have second-floor decks. That was actually an oversight on my part. Only 4 of the units have second-floor decks. So units 1 through 4 are not proposing any second-floor decks. And 17 parking stalls are required. 18 are provided on site. 2 of the stalls located in the central drive aisle are designated as guest parking. And a 5-foot wide walkable path along Walden frontage is also proposed as part of this project. The applicant is also proposing new landscaping, tree removals, and work within the drip line of one oak tree, which we will discuss later in the presentation. The project is also seeking 4 waivers from the city's development standards under state density bonus law, as well as SB 330 review. And this is the city's first multifamily project that is seeking a review under the Housing Accountability Act for SB 330 and is required to comply with the objective design standards for multifamily projects. If a project is consistent with the objective standards, the city cannot deny it without making certain findings required under state law. SB 330 is meant to protect the developer from additional conditions that would otherwise impact the density of the project. And SB 330 also shortens the project review time to a maximum of 5 public hearings for projects that are compliant with the applicable objective standards. And because this is a density bonus project, the design and development standards could be waived as long as the requested waivers do not cause a health or safety impact. Please note, DRC tonight can comment on the project as normally done by this commission. However, SB 330 protects the city from enacting any new development standards or regulations that would result in a reduction in density or impact the housing units allowed for the project. And as proposed, the project complies with the objective design standards for multifamily projects that are outlined in the checklist and included as attachment 4 of your agenda packet. And before we get into the design aspects of the project, I'd like to go over the density and the fact that the applicant is providing an affordable unit and what that means. The subject site is 0.44 acres, which translates to a permitted density range of 7 to 9 residential units, a minimum of 7 and a maximum of 9 per the general plan. The project is proposing 8, which is in conformance with the required density range of the general plan. However, multifamily residential zone allows a density of 1 unit per 2,500 square feet of net lot area, and the project's net lot area is a little over 19,000 square feet, and that results in a base density of 7 units. Because the project proposes to provide affordable housing, it qualifies for a density bonus under state law and the city's density bonus ordinance. In exchange for a moderate income level unit at 14% of the base density, the applicant is permitted a 9% increase in density, which is then rounded to a 1 bonus unit, which results in a total of 8 units for this project. And that is permitted per the density bonus state law. Please note the applicant could also achieve 8 units by rezoning this project, as is within the density range of the general plan, which supports up to 9 units on site, but the applicant chose to provide an affordable unit, therefore gets the density bonus unit per the state law. Additionally, pursuant to density bonus law, state law allows relief from development standards through concessions and waivers. Any development standard that is not met with the proposed design can be waived under density bonus law. Concessions are exemptions from the local standards that would result in identifiable cost reductions, while waivers are relief from standards that would physically preclude the development on site or the feasibility of this project. The city is required to grant these waivers proposed by the developer unless it finds that the proposed waivers could cause a public health or safety concern. The applicant is requesting 4 waivers, which we will go over in the next slide. The applicant is not requesting any concessions as part of this project. However, as indicated on this slide, 4 waivers are requested. The applicant has demonstrated to the city and the housing manager that the waivers are needed to accommodate the proposed density of 8 units. While the waivers would be included, the DRC can comment and make recommendations on design elements, which are important components of the project, and that is why we are here tonight. I will quickly go over the waivers as they are explained in more detail in the staff analysis, as well as in the density bonus request letter included as attachment 3 of the agenda packet. So the overlay zone limits the floor area ratio based on the size of the lot. The subject site is less than 1 acre in size and is limited to a floor area of 0.40. The zoning code does not place FAR limitations on multifamily uses. This FAR limitation is unique to the overlay. If the FAR limitation applies, it would result in a loss of a unit, and a waiver is necessary to meet the density of 8 units and to accommodate the proposed FAR of 0.57. And then the step back. The overlay zone requires a 6-inch setback per every foot of building height over 10 feet, whereas the M2.5 zoning district requires a minimum of 5 feet for the first floor of the interior side yard and 3 inches of setback per every foot of building height over 10 feet for the interior side yard. The intent of the step back is so the building is set back enough as the building height increases. And the project is meeting this requirement as the building along the east side yard is set back 10 feet as it goes over 10 feet in height. The overlay zone increases this 3-inch to 6-inch setback for every foot for the building height. And this additional 3 inches of the setback will require additional building setback of 5 feet from the 3rd floor and a total of 15 feet required along the east property line, which would result in a loss of units or development of very narrow units. And then the third one is the distance between buildings shall not be less than the sum of the side yards. Typically, a 10-foot distance between each building would be required in the M2.5 zone, but due to the corner side yard along Shady Lane, that requires a 10-foot setback on its own. So the sum of both side yards results in a total of 15 feet. Locating the buildings even farther away from the proposed 11 feet would result in a loss of a unit or encroachment into setbacks. And then the proposed distance between each building does appear to be adequate for privacy, light, and circulation. And the waiver request seems reasonable as all other properties in the M2.5 zone, the distance would be 10 feet between buildings. And then the fourth waiver is the zoning ordinance and objective design standards for multifamily development requires 20 feet wide courtyards adjacent to primary living room windows and a 10-foot wide courtyard adjacent to any primary bedroom window. The site was too small to allow for courts that extend 20 feet from the living room window for units 6 and 7, but the applicant does meet the court's requirement for all units except units 6 and 7, as they overlap one another by approximately 10 feet. Therefore, the waiver is required because of those 2 units. And now moving on to the building design. The building will consist of contemporary architectural featuring a mix of materials consisting of fiber cement horizontal siding, board and batten and smooth stucco siding, and standing seam metal roofs. The floor plans for each building consist of 3 levels. The first level of each unit contains a covered entry and a 2-car garage. Buildings 3 and 4 also include 1 bedroom and bath on the ground floor. And the second floor level of all units consist of living room and kitchen, and the 3rd floor consists of bedrooms and bath. And there is variation in colors and materials on all 3 levels. The recess entry of each unit is highlighted with stacked stone veneer, and the second floor decks for the 4 units consist of wood and metal railings, and metal awning projections are included above some of the windows. The combination of flat and pitched roof lines enhances the exterior design of the buildings, and the architectural features such as the awnings and the decks provide additional visual interest to the building. The proposed project also meets the required setbacks of the M2.5 zone, which includes the 30-foot height limit and the additional 4 feet of building height allowance, since 75% of the roof is pitched at 312 or greater. And the proposed building's pitched roof rises to 33 feet 5 inches and complies with the height requirement. And here is an elevation of the building if you're looking, or it's fronting Walden Road. These are the units farther back, but just to show how it would look from the frontage. And here is the rear elevation, which is the north elevation facing the Walden Commons townhouse development. And here is the east elevation, which faces the neighboring residential homes. And here is the west elevation that faces the private street Shady Lane. The building designs are compliant with the objective design standards for multifamily development as required by SB 330, as the elevations provide for proportions in building mass and window alignments, and the variation in materials, colors, and roof line articulation is evident throughout this project. Staff is supportive of the architecture and is seeking Design Review Commission's feedback on the overall design, the proposed color and materials palette. And now moving on to the landscaping. The applicant is proposing new landscaping that includes a variety of 5-gallon shrubs, ground covers, accent grasses, and 3 new trees, which I have circled in green. Yes, which I've circled in green here, consist of 15-gallon crepe myrtle and a 24-inch Chinese pistachio, and the 36-inch box tree, which will be located in the central drive aisle and will be the focal point of this development. The project is also proposing to install a 6-foot-tall perimeter wood fence along the sides and rear of the development. And 2 new street light poles will be installed in front of the project site, and it will be designed to meet the street light city standards. And the applicant indicated that wall sconces will be located on the building facades adjacent to the entrances and the garage doors. However, no details on the building lighting was provided at this time. And the M2.5 zoning ordinance requires that a minimum of 20% of the site be landscaped. The project is proposing to install new landscaping. However, staff cannot determine if the project meets the required 20%, as the common area landscaping is approximately 14%. The applicant has stated that the development will be under a homeowners association with CCNRs that would require that minimum areas of each private yard be landscaped to bring the total landscaping for the development at 20% or over. Staff would like DRC to comment on the proposed landscaping as well as the layout. And a total of 10 on-site trees that measure over 9 inches in diameter are subject to the tree preservation ordinance. And there are also 3 off-site trees on the adjacent neighboring property along the east that may be impacted by the proposed development. 9 of these 10 trees, which I have marked in red, will be removed, which includes valley oaks, California walnuts, and privet trees. The city's consulting arborist supports the removal of all 9 trees due to the health of the trees, and also recommended the removal of the 3 off-site trees number 40, 41, and 42 due to their poor health. At this time, the property owner is making efforts to preserve the off-site trees, particularly number 41 and 42, and will obtain authorization from the adjacent neighbor to remove tree number 40, which is a 9-inch privet tree. Staff is supportive of the tree removals, as most are within the development area. However, to offset the loss of the trees, the applicant is providing new landscaping and installing new trees on site. And the applicant is also preserving one of the valley oak trees, which is indicated as number 31 and located along the northwest corner of the site, and 2 off-site Chinese elm trees. Again, those are indicated as number 41 and 42, and they will be protected with fencing. The tree removals and drip line encroachment permits will be reviewed and approved by the City Council. However, staff is requesting DRC's input on the tree removals as well. And just to summarize, staff is supportive of the proposed architecture and the overall project, along with the waivers. Staff is tonight seeking DRC's feedback on the overall design, the color and material palette, the new landscaping, the tree removals, the tree drip line encroachment, and also the requested waivers for this proposed development. And with that, staff recommends that the DRC comment on the proposed project and provide a positive recommendation to the City Council for the Walden Townhomes development at 1394 Walden Road. And for the record, staff has received 2 emails from a neighbor with comments on the project, and I responded to the emails, and a copy of those emails is provided to all of the commissioners tonight. And with that, I conclude my presentation, but I am happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. So any questions of staff from our commissioners? Commissioner Gorney.
I got a couple.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused. Basically, the project allows up to 9, but 7 without certain changes, and with the bonus density, you get 8. Without the waivers, this project wouldn't be able to be done within the rules. So are we is our hands tied, because if we don't grant the waivers, you're precluding the applicant's ability to achieve the proposed density?
Yeah, I think in this case, it's state law trumps local laws. So state density bonus law basically says it's like an incentive tool that permits a developer to increase the allowed density on site if the project is providing an affordable unit.
It's only, what, 1 in this case? But
Yes,
because you're
in this
doing just
case,
1,
one,
I thought there
correct.
was a percentage, 20% or something, but just
Well, the
1 is enough.
percentage is based on, it's 14% of the base density of the 7. 7 is the base density. And we have a slide and scale, like a calculator. Based on that, it rounds up to 1 additional bonus unit, which is 9%
Okay,
density increase that they get because they're providing an affordable unit.
got it. And that moderate income unit will be sold to somebody and will go in perpetuity as a moderate income, or at some point does it flip to market rate?
No, I believe it stays
stays.
as an
I believe
affordable unit, because that would
It's
be,
40 to 50 years.
Okay, 40 to 50 years.
we
Okay.
also condition it, so it's.
It seems to me that the project was designed around the existing oak tree in the middle, which caused everything to get pushed to the sides, which caused all the waivers to be necessary. And then we're being told also that now 337 is now to be replaced. It just seems like, everything's pushed to the edges to keep the tree, but now the tree is going to be replaced. Do you think
Yeah, I believe, yeah.
if they requested the tree coming out from in the first place, I'll ask the applicant this, do you think it would have been a different design that would not have needed all the waivers?
Yeah, I believe the applicant did explore other design options after they understood that that tree may be potentially impacted by the proposed development.
Uh-huh,
And there's also the 25-foot backup required from each garage.
right.
So I don't know how much closer they could have pushed the buildings inwards because they need to meet the required 25 feet.
No, but if the tree was gone.
Yes.
Other options are available.
I do-
That would no
yeah.
longer require waivers.
Correct. So
the
no,
buildings
that's
wouldn't have to be-
actually not true because the FAR waiver would still be there.
The FAR, okay.
Yes,
That one
so
would
the
still
waiver would be there regardless. In this case, they made efforts to try to meet they didn't want to go through the waiver process. They were trying to meet the project, all development standards, and I believe they made efforts, and that's why even the distance between the buildings, they're providing at least 11 feet. That's more than what 10 feet typically is required in the M2.5 zone.
Yeah, okay.
And I guess when the project architect comes up, we can ask them if they did explore other options. But as far as what I've reviewed, this is the layout that I have seen.
Okay, and last question, I understand the setback waiver, the distance between buildings, and I think the court size,
Yeah.
I think overlapping them, I think that was almost assumed in the original objective design guidelines, so that one doesn't bother me. Is an increase of FAR from 0.4 to 0.6 a lot? I mean, it's 50% larger in general for the city. Is that a large increase in FAR?
Again, the zoning doesn't really even restrict, it doesn't have FAR limitations.
Oh, it doesn't?
They could have gone larger, but
Okay.
because the overlay is very restrictive, and this is from like the 1980s, so I don't have the reasonings why it was, the FAR was restricted, but I think the intent of the overlay was to aggregate parcels. So the more land you have, the more FAR you're able to get. In
Okay.
this case, they have the corner side yard, Shady Lane, there's a private street, so they can't aggregate or they can't request neighboring properties to give up their land. And I believe, again, the applicant can confirm this, but I believe they've reached out to the neighbor to the east. When they purchased the property, they were trying to acquire that land so they could get more. Because to be honest, the biggest problem was the FAR, and that's why the applicant requested the waivers.
Okay, got it. And last question. We're told as design review now, we're not allowed to put any restrictions on the project that makes it not financially feasible. How is that defined? I mean, is there like a reasonable profit that somebody buys land and they need to make X million of dollars and that's dialed into it, so we can't make changes? Who defines financially feasible?
That's a really good question, and I think I'm going to defer that to our city attorney, who
Okay.
is also on the Zoom call with us tonight.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me? Right. So to answer Commissioner Boyd's question, the standard under the Housing Accountability Act is actually that the city would not be able to deny the project or lower the project's density. And lowering the project's density is defined as basically any conditions that restrict or impact the ability of the project to provide housing. And so making the project financially infeasible could be one way for that to happen. But in this case, because these projects are townhomes, as opposed to, let's say, a multifamily apartment building, the way that the HAA looks at it is whether or not really a unit is reduced, or the project is not able to build one of the homes. So an example could be that the condition is so drastic that it makes it very basically financially impossible for the project to continue. So that could be one example. So there's not a standard for that to be defined. It really depends on what kind of condition, what kind of impact it causes. But the focus of the law is that, if the project is denied or there is a reduction of the units.
Okay, so it's really a reduction of units versus cost to build. Okay, I get it. I guess that's it for my list of questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Carling.
Hi, thank you. So my question is probably a technical, legal type question too. So apparently we can put subjective conditions if we do not reduce the density of the project. And I'm kind of hearing density of the project as the number of units. So hypothetically, let's say the developer wanted to, because I can't recall offhand the square footage of these units, but hypothetically, if the developer wanted to do 8 2,000 square foot units, but we were able to determine that if they did 8 1,700 square foot units, we could have the space between the units, we could have the stair step back on the back setbacks as the building goes higher, yet not impact their density. Because I did a quick read of the density housing law this afternoon. I didn't see anything about the square footage of the units. And probably paring a little bit of square footage off a unit is not necessarily going to make a project financially unviable. We know what places sell for by the square footage in the Walnut Creek area, and it's ridiculous. So my question is, can we do that? Can we impose those? Basically say we want to deny a couple of these waiver requests because if you pared the square footage down a little bit on each unit, but you had the same number of units, you wouldn't need the waiver.
So the way to look at that question is two parts. The one part is under the Housing Accountability Act. If the reduction in square footage is, from 2,000 to 1,700, I think that it's likely the city could, provide the basis to say that that's not an impact on the project's ability to provide housing because they could still build to the number of units that it has. So hypothetically, that situation, I think the city would probably be able to justify that action. If the reduction of square footage is very drastic, then I think that'd be harder for the city to do that. And separately, a denial of the waivers requested under density bonus law requires a finding in itself that there is a specific adverse impact for the waiver, and there's no way to mitigate that impact except for denying the waiver. So those are two standards that the city would have to meet, and it's a very high bar for the density bonus waivers to be denied because the city would have to it really has to be a specific adverse impact. And it will likely be required to cite to some kind of standards or reasons why that would be such an impact that the waiver is going to result in.
And then I guess a follow-up question on that, thank you for that answer, would be, is a valid impact the impact to the quality of life and privacy of surrounding properties and neighbors?
Based on just kind of the text of the statute and the intent, I would think it's very hard to justify that, because it speaks to, I believe the text is public health, safety, and welfare. And so if the city were to just cite to a privacy concern or, something that's more generalized, versus a specific impact. For example, a example of that impact would be, the land has hazardous materials. And there's very specific studies or, situations that could support it. And so I think that if it's something like, privacy or look at the community city, I think those are harder to justify.
Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Okay. Do you have one, Carlos? Okay.
I
You're thinking
think-
about it.
I think I do. I mean, I'm just looking at the renderings and elevations and everything. I would like to know how that reduction in setbacks and everything, and basically the reduction in setbacks is affecting the elevations, and if those elevations, the openings and everything comply with those distances. I'm just top of my head. I mean, I see it too close, and this is basically, would be a fire department question.
I mean, per building code, it met all the requirements. And we did route the plans to the fire department. We didn't get it
So the openings correspond to the percentage that's allowed and everything.
correct, per building code, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a presentation from the applicant?
We do.
Wonderful.
I don't see him here.
Ed Novak? Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
Hi there.
My name is Habib Saidnia. I'm a co-owner and manager partner on this project. Amir Kazemi and Max Saidnia are my partners. I'm a civil engineer and experienced in project management and construction administration. I worked for the city of San Jose in public works department as a senior civil engineer for over 22 years. Amir is a structural engineer with experience in structural design of building, construction, and administration of projects. Max is mechanical engineer and principal of FARD Engineers, which is a consulting engineer and has been operating in Walnut Creek for over 30 years. We believe a combination of our professional engineering and construction experiences will make it a successful project. We would like to thank the city staff for their detailed review of the plans and providing constructive comments. We have worked diligently with them in developing the current design. We understand the housing shortage in the area and would like to build well-designed and environmentally friendly townhomes, which will be an improving enhance to the neighboring community. We propose 8 townhomes, including an affordable unit with attached garages. The project is comparable to other townhouses built in the area, and also provides an affordable unit which benefits the community. By building this project, we hope to be a reliable and productive partner in Walnut Creek community. I'd like to introduce our project team. Architect is Ed Novak, Civil engineer is John Wiskey, is over there. And the landscape architect is Anika Carpenter, she's over here. Ed and Anika will now make a brief presentation of the project. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay, the proposed project is 8 townhome units, as we've all heard tonight, with an attached 2-car garage. There'll be 4 unit types, making this happen. In 1,236 square feet up to 1,654. Oh, I'm sorry. I am Ed Novak, the project architect. The square footage range goes up to 1,654 square feet, featuring open living concepts on the second floor level with 4 units being 2-bedroom with 2.5 bath, and 4 units being 3-bedroom and 3.5 bath. What we did is arrange 3 buildings around the perimeter of the site to create a central court for auto and pedestrian access, featuring what was an existing oak tree at its center. Still is an existing oak tree. A significant amount of glass in the main living areas of all 8 units will frame views into this courtyard with the tree at its center. Our initial intent was to preserve this existing oak tree at the center. However, due to many factors, including the city-required 25-foot backup space in all our garages, the encroachment on the root zone of this tree made it somewhat susceptible, as far as its lifetime health in the long term. So at this time, when we discovered this, we had taken a pause and thought about what other design options are there, including pulling the units away from the perimeter to a single drive aisle that went down the center of the site. We did not find this scenario too as nice as the original one, because the units now became narrow and a little bit longer, and then lined up along this drive aisle, oriented outward and away from each other. So the project was lacking a centralized communal space that would encourage social interaction and camaraderie among our residents. It's almost like living at the end of a cul-de-sac is what we were looking for in this project. So we decided that we would go ahead and move forward with this design and replace that existing tree with a 36-inch oak tree, as well to become that focal point of the courtyard. I don't need to go into much detail on the units or the architecture because I think Samir covered that really well. But I am going to stay available to answer any questions that you have on that. With that, I will turn it over to Annika to discuss the landscape.
Hi, I'm Annika Carpenter with Ripley Design Group, a local landscape architecture firm here in downtown Walnut Creek, and I'm the project landscape architect. And so again, I think a lot of it was covered during the previous presentation, but some of the items that wasn't covered was that we were providing the pedestrian access to all the buildings highlighted within the pavement to provide a sense of security. It's going to be a stamped asphalt so that there'll be a rumbling effect when you drive over it to help identify the pedestrian and vehicular differences. Our landscape, the planting plan that we've provided has a wide variety of drought-tolerant plants of varying textures and foliage color with a lot of seasonal interest. And they are all drought-tolerant. And we provided a irrigation plan that demonstrates that we're conforming with the water efficient landscape ordinance of the state and also the local agency. And again, I'm here for any questions if there's anything further. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Am I on? Yeah, all right. Any questions of our applicant from our commissioners? Commissioner Carling.
Just out of curiosity, following on to my earlier question, if the units were just a little bit smaller, in your opinion, do you think it would impact the viability of the development? So not drastic, just like a little bit smaller.
Well, yes, it could, it could be, but then we are going to run into not, what we'll run into is not a loss of bedrooms, but each room will then suffer in size. The living space already, is, especially in the Plan 1 that's in buildings 1 and 2, has already a pretty, combined living dining space that's, I don't want to call it substandard, but it is, urban living. The bedrooms are, the secondary bedrooms especially are all at a minimum size. The master suite is again, little smaller, less closet space typically than what you find in houses of about a 2,000 square foot range. So I would say, yes, maybe we could look at our bigger plans and trim a little bit off, there, but their plan, those, reducing the square footage on those doesn't alleviate our waiver, our need for waivers. It's the waiver we're really looking for as far as the setbacks are along that eastern side where the Plan 1 exists. That's the one unit I could take maybe 50 to 100 max off of that, but I don't know if it would be enough to buy us out of the setback requirement.
Thank you.
Other questions? Yes, Commissioner.
Let me start with the, well, I guess the oak tree. You designed this around an existing oak tree, and then you find out that because of your paving and whatever, the oak tree won't survive, so you're taking it out, but then you're putting in another oak tree. So why would this oak tree do any better than the existing oak tree?
Yeah, so we worked with our arborist, and she was unable to be here tonight, but I mean, when the oak tree is introduced into this environment, it'll grow into the environment, and so oak trees are quite forgiving, but when it's an existing oak tree that's of age, she felt that it was iffy whether it would impact the tree or not, and in the end, they couldn't support that it would survive. So the idea was that we would replace it because we really wanted something like that in the center of the development. So.
And do you have to put an oak tree in? Could you use some other tree?
Yeah, we can use. You have a suggestion? That would be fine.
I just don't see in this, if it goes through with this amount of paving and everything, the constant year-round litter mess that the oak trees do is not the best tree in a small urban environment like that. So I suspect maybe a different tree might be better. Let me move on to the, are you responsible for the location of the mailbox and then also the bike racks? Or you can answer those questions.
Sure, yeah,
Is the bike rack a requirement or?
yes.
Okay.
I wouldn't usually put a bike rack in a residential development like this, but I wouldn't think that there would be one, but it was required, so.
Okay, I just find that location a little bit odd at the very end. It seems like it'd be more in the center where everybody, you know, or somebody's coming in to use it, they're not gonna go all the way into the back to park their bike. And so I thought that was a little bit awkward. And then conversely, the mailbox, again, did you look, again, maybe in the center spot where it's more centrally located to everybody rather than out on the street?
We can try to relocate it to the center somewhere. Of course, we'll have to work with the postmaster. But, yeah, we were looking for a location that didn't impact our bio area and all those elements that we always have to consider when we're trying to locate our site furnishings.
Okay.
But yeah, I would agree that it would be nice to have it more centrally located.
Okay. Now I have some questions, maybe the architect. Kind of circulation on unit number 4. I question how is the car that would be in the northern portion of the garage, how do you anticipate that getting out? There's no turnaround space per se. And I'm just wondering if that's a workable circulation plan.
Which unit are we at?
Unit 4?
Unit 4 up in the top corner?
So the car in the most northern spot basically has to back straight out. There's no little turnout for them to.
It's a 25-foot backup, depth there to the unit 5 and building 2, or building 3 there, which is by city standards, adequate backup space for a car to do a 2-point turn and exit out, face first. It's a one-way drive only in the horseshoe portion of our courtyard. The little leg that goes back to catch units 3 and 4 would allow two-way traffic, so you can come in and come out of your garages.
Okay. Can you explain, well, it's there, but did you look at any other options? The entry into Unit 6 seems very awkward, having to go past Unit 7, and you're going down basically a little 4-foot walkway, and I'm assuming these homes have the eaves and everything, so it's going to be kind of a dark corridor. Did you explore any other variations on those units to allow the front door to be out front?
I did, but again, trying to work with the setback requirements, my buildings got squeezed together that instead of being able to have a front door that, came down alongside the garage, more towards the courtyard, I had to put it on the side of the unit itself.
Okay, but is there a way, again, all these are kind of a mirror image of each other or whatever. I mean, you didn't explore, there might have been one unique architecture of layout that would have worked differently or between the two?
Yes, I looked at again, I envisioned this center court, this drive area, as an active area for the residents. I see the kids ride their tricycles and playing around. I wanted to get all the front doors on that court. And I looked at different ways, but unfortunately to get setbacks on both sides of the property, get a 25-foot backup drive aisle for the garage, garages of 3 and 4. I was limited to the width of that portion in the center of the site where units 5 and 6 are. And initially, like I said, I was trying to design it so that 6 had, kind of wrapped around its garage and its entry, did face the courtyard, but it didn't work out for me. So I, kind of backed it up and used a mirror image of 5 to create that. And yes, you go through kind of a breezeway and past the Unit 7, but you get back to your own little entry court back there, which I think will be a very nice setting.
Okay. As I understand, your proposal for the trash is they're located behind or outside the garages? And there appears to be a stoop there. So is your solution that someone's going to have to get their can lifted up a step and then drag it through the garage and go out on trash day?
All of the rear yards have a gated access to outward, so the anticipation was they would take it through their rear yard, out the gate, and then put it in position for trash collection.
Okay, but some of the gates are on the opposite end, so you're going to have them drag it through the yard and around over some flagstone pathways out front? A heavy garage, or heavy
I guess that would
trash
be a yes to that answer.
on that? Okay. All right,
The tenants are welcome to put them in their garage, but generally, when you're dealing with waste bins, they prefer to be stored outside. So that's where we're showing them for now.
okay, and I guess there was, okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, Commissioner Gorney.
We had a project that came in recently that was also 3-story, and they had to like really drop the plate heights on the 3rd floor to make it fit. Are your plate heights like 8 and 9 and 8, or
They're 8 on the ground floor, 9 and 9.
9 and 9? Okay, good. So you're able to make it fit. Good. I didn't really know the answer to this, but did you look at any other options on paving underneath the existing oak tree, whether it was stone set into the ground? I'm sure the fire department would never allow it either with the city, but, I have to ask any
Yeah,
other
well,
options to keep it.
In my initial concept, I envisioned only, asphalt paving for a portion of that 25 feet. And then the rest of it was going to be some type of permeable surface. But as we, fleshed out the design and whatnot, that was not practical for, lifetime maintenance of the drive aisle, especially when we were required to, we initially wanted to do trash pickup out on Walnut. There's enough frontage there that we could put all the bins out there. But we were asked to bring trash collection into our courtyard, and having to have those, heavy trucks come through there, on a weekly basis, it really precluded having, that mixed paving.
You said that the existing tree was going to get killed based on 25-foot backups and.
Well, I shouldn't say killed, but the arborist wouldn't endorse our plan, saying that that tree would survive.
Same thing. You have a large percent, I mean, what's driving that decision is that every unit is a standard 2-garage, 3-bedroom house. So you have to drive all the way to the back of the site and through it and around it to get to. Did you ever look at any other options of design where, and I know this is always kind of out there, but the parking was in the front and then you kind of went through to the units in the back and you didn't have to pave a third of the site to make it work?
The answer is yes. I could go on for hours talking about the different iterations that we, did at the beginning of this.
Which is why I wish this was a study session
Yeah.
where we could study some of those things. But because of the new ordinance, we get 5 meetings and that's it. So it's kind of, the state is driving design by ordinance. Okay, one question. The 3rd floors are, in most cases, you did reduce the number of windows and they're kind of high and you've kept the privacy. There's one elevation in particular, I think it's, I can't remember which one it is, but it looks like it might have been facing from the east, where there's some really large windows on the 3rd floor. They're double windows, and almost like they're sitting on the floor.
They're actually, well, that's because they're in the stairwell.
That's a stairwell. I
Yeah.
thought that was the master bedroom. Oh, okay, then maybe I'm wrong.
Well, let's,
It was the view from the east,
view from the,
sheet A4.
I don't have that in mind. You bring it up.
Summer, can you pull that up?
Okay.
That's a stair. Look at it on my screen if you want. It just seems like it's the view from the east, and the upper windows. I don't think those are its staircases, but you could be wrong. That one, right there, boom. Those upper windows.
Yep, that's the staircase.
That's the staircase. Okay, so the windows from the actual bedrooms face into the project or sideways?
All of my major rooms, the bedrooms, the living space, all those windows are facing towards the court or Walden.
Okay, good, thank you. I was going to ask about that because that has to do with privacy to the
Yeah.
neighbors. That's it.
Well,
for
I
me.
was very considerate, if you look at this elevation, on the second level, I got 2 kitchen sink windows. And then obviously underneath, the big windows is another set of windows at the middle section of stairs.
Yeah, the second floor doesn't bother me as much. The third floor was the concern, but as long as those aren't, bedroom windows, I understand.
No, like I said, yes, at the third level, you probably could look straight out those things, but as you descend the stairs,
Yep.
the sill goes above your head.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. My only questions.
Other questions? Okay, I have just a couple. Was there ever an idea to have the 2 parking spots maybe put where the bike rack and the bioretention are?
We did not consider that primarily because that particular backup maneuver would require a lot more turns to get a car that's pointed at, to the north. It'd have to turn it 180 degrees and get it out to the south.
Okay. And are those 2 stalls, are they controlled at all? Is there anything?
They'll be marked guest.
Okay,
Yeah, they are intended not for the residents to park in. The residents and the HOA rules will most likely have a restriction on keeping their garages clean enough to park their cars.
but would anything prevent somebody else from the neighborhood parking there? Hypothetically? Okay.
If,
And I'm guessing so, but are the drive aisles as narrow as they physically can be in every spot?
I would like them to be a lot narrower, but because of the city's requirement for 25-foot backup behind garage doors, they become what they are.
Okay, and I would like to understand a little bit more how you guys envisioned the central oak tree being a community space.
Well, again, the oak tree to us was kind of a focal of the space. We see this whole space being utilized. We see, like I said, the kids coming out and riding their trikes and pulling the wagons, around just like you would at the end of a cul-de-sac. We really, I see this, bringing the, residents of this project together into more of a commune and, get a lot more social interaction going on. So, yeah, I just see all kinds of activities in that space. And again, like I said, with all the living spaces, big windows into it, it's, it's a safe space. It's got eyes on it all the time.
And I'm curious, what would be the downside of keeping the tree? Other than the arborist is like, it may not survive, but by taking it out.
Spending a lot of money
sure.
to try and preserve it, and, through construction, and then, come 5-6 years down the line, road, its root structure is starving and ends up dying.
So it's that it could fail, right? Okay,
Well, yeah, there's, well, like I said, the arborist would not guarantee that it would survive. And that was the kind of the big pin that pulled the tree out and, put us in a different situation of how to work with the focus.
okay. And will there be any requirements in regards to the planting in the backyards for screening or anything in controlling what happens in the backyards?
That we haven't discussed, but that could be a consideration. Again, the backyards are not that deep.
Right,
So if you have a requirement of screening, it's going to be a certain type of plant, like only one or two selections planted along the fence line.
okay. Okay, and the intent, last question, the intent of the stamped asphalt for the walkways was just to delineate the experience between vehicle and pedestrian?
Yes.
Okay,
It's also a way to, demarc an accessible route, for those that need, have wheelchair needs or whatever.
okay, but neither of the guest stalls are accessible?
Yeah, we don't have to comply with Chapter 11A because no building has more than 3 units in it.
Okay. Okay, those are my questions. Anything else for our applicant? All right, at this time, I'd like to open it up for public comment. And if you haven't already, please fill out a speaker card. Yay. They're in the back near the door, if you haven't already gotten one.
May I?
Yes.
Please fill out your speaker cards and drop them off at the dais when you come up to speak, please. Thank you.
And please be mindful of our timer as well, being as we have several in our audience this evening.
Good evening. My name is Pete Bennett. You know, there's a problem in the Bay Area, and there's no place to live. I can attest to that. I actually slept outside this wall for 6 months, and the Walnut Creek police stole all my property. That affected my EDD. Oh, well. So I know homeless people that have died, and I know that there's a lack of affordable housing. And I don't particularly think the affordable housing model here works very well. And you're a design person. You probably go to the American Architects Institute show, some of you. I actually won the award for the best use of materials in 1986. I had a very successful cabinet business. But I'm a resident of Walnut Creek, and Chip saw me the other day. He doesn't know that I was brutally attacked in the library and almost strangled to death. And I'm still waiting after 18 months. And I had a stroke. So I'm slowly getting more and more disabled. You'll see me, I have trouble getting out of chairs. It changed my life forever. Everything I own has been stolen. And Mr. Gorney and I, we go to the same coffee shop on occasion. And next door to where he's at, the missing mom was a kind of an acquaintance of mine. And John Nedgley was an acquaintance of mine. And I'm only a witness to the shooting at the bank. It's on TV. And so when I look at this thing here, the not in my backyard, look, come to a conclusion. Maybe make some smaller units, because I'd be certainly grateful for something half the size of a garage, just so I don't get wet and sleep in 25-degree weather without gear after my cars were stolen by the Walnut Creek police. That's the kind of stuff I go through. I'm only one blow away from death, and I've been attacked more than 10 times and taken away ambulances multiple times. My life means nothing to the city upstairs. Nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it 2 minutes or 3 minutes? 2. Okay, I thought it was 2. 3. My name is David Bowie. I'm here on behalf of John Mess. John is the owner of the property immediately adjoining this thank you, immediately adjoining this particular project to the east. So it's obviously the most impacted project. And I would say, having heard the presentation, hearing staff comments, that I think a great deal of thought has been put into this particular project. The difficulty I have with it is I don't think this particular project put any thought into either the neighborhood or the surrounding and adjoining properties. One of the key things you always try and do when you're looking at making decisions regarding approving projects is to see what the impacts might be on neighbors, adjoining properties, the neighborhood. And one of the key concerns is privacy, air, and light. My client is going to be immediately adjoining a 3-story building, 33 and a half feet high. This project also purports to take out 3 of his trees, which of course the project has no right to do. It has no right to affect those trees. Staff even suggests taking the trees out as appropriate, but there's no right to do that and it shouldn't happen. There's no screening whatsoever. My client's home has bedrooms which are on the site which would look directly at this project. And as we've seen, this project has windows that directly overlook the entirety of my client's home and the entirety of the backyard as well. There's a major impact on drainage on my client posed by this particular project. Drainage moves toward the Shady Lane area where there's a large catch basin. If you look at the grading plans, you'll see that there's actually an increase in the elevation of this project over the adjoining property which my client owns. Therefore, and on the same token, my client cannot drain to the east because of a different elevation of that particular property. The development of this project, the way it's currently laid out, will result in the creation of a lake, which is what my client's property will turn out to be. Effectively, this project, moving forward as it's proposed, makes my client's property essentially unlivable, uninhabitable, and that's a real problem for us. We think that these are issues that need to be addressed. There was a suggestion made that there was an approach to my client to purchase his property. That was not made by any of the applicant or the applicant's representatives. And this really does have a direct impact upon livability. Quick comment, and I think the commissioners made some very good points. The waivers regarding setback are not necessary because that doesn't affect density. And there's absolutely no showing that's been made that there's any actual economic feasibility that's adversely impacted by some change in the amount of space within these particular projects. There is an FAR, and as someone pointed out, this is almost a 50% increase in the level of FAR that's actually authorized for this particular district. The net effect is that you could still have the density, but you could reduce the size. The objection made by the applicant, noted in the staff report, is that this would result in smaller units, or maybe narrower living quarters. That's fine, but that's what you do. You have to make an adjustment for your project in light of the needs and impacts on others. That's not a density impact, and therefore that's not something you're prohibited from considering. You have actually 5 hearings that you can hold on something like this. This, I believe, is the first hearing, so there's ample opportunity to consider this further. I think it should be further considered. I was just brought into this with no advance warning. We tried to scramble and come up with some sort of comments about it. When I went there just to take a look at the project, there was one posting on one very obscure light pole that was facing Shady Lane where nobody is. I understand today there were ample postings all over the place, but there was really not adequate notice from any practical
Please keep our
standpoint.
comments to 3 minutes, please.
I'm sorry?
3 minute limitation.
Let me just wind up, real quickly. I know everyone tried to save the oak tree, great idea, but now that it can't be saved, there's only a swale on Shady Lane, and nobody is immediately impacted in Shady Lane. Why not take a look at relocating this project so there's not so impactful upon my client's property? That would make all kinds of sense. Thank you. I'll be happy to answer any questions that I might be able to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's try to limit our comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Robert Mess. I'm John's brother. I lived on Shady Lane for 15 years, about 20 years ago, so I'm very familiar with it. I own a construction company. I've done subdivisions, so I know about construction and drainage and things like that. I want to address the drainage. One of the things that you have to look very carefully through this plan. So it's very difficult in a very short period of time to understand all the various things. But a couple of the things they talk about is that the slope of the driveways is about 2.5% going down to Walden Road. Walden Road is higher than this property, so this property is going to be raised in elevation. On one of the pages, there's a very small detail that actually shows that the dirt is going to be higher than the adjacent property. By what, I don't know, but I suspect in that middle courtyard, it's probably going to be about 2 feet higher because all the water has to drain to Shady Lane. So that makes the buildings 2.5 feet taller. So that affects this drainage issue with my brother's property. So there should be some kind of drain line that extends all the way over to his property, and maybe the dispersion systems also in the north and the south sides need to be extended to the property to allow for drainage. And then again, just as the attorney said, the whole project could be moved over. But the other thing too is that they're basically mowing down all the vegetation on the property and also the adjacent property, which is really wrong. I read the arborist report, said that central oak tree is in very good health, and the Chinese elms that are on my brother's property, it doesn't state anything about that, and yet the staff said that they are in poor health, which I don't believe is true. So there should be some kind of verification of the health of these trees. So anyway, that's what I want to say about this project. But if there's no vegetation there, they can put any kind of project they want on there. So again, if my brother's house, you're going to be looking at a 30-foot wall, basically 100-foot long, the whole length of the property. So there'll be no light, no vegetation, no air. He will be precluded from putting any kind of solar panels on his roof because it's going to be shady. So it's really bad. The other thing that could be considered is vertical vegetation. So there's another kind of pole system with wires and some plants that would be going up high enough to be able to provide some privacy, because that property is looking directly into his bedroom windows and his backyard. So that's all I have to say about that. Yeah.
Great, thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Pellissier. I am responsible for the additional postings up and down Walden and Shady Lane, because I, too, was unaware that this was happening until Monday. So I wish I had the opportunity to put together a lovely deck, and I think what's missing from this presentation is taking a step further. They had mentioned it already, and I'm going to be cautious not to be redundant, but there is a community that's not visible in any of these diagrams. I live for 15 years directly south of the entrance and exit they're proposing onto Walden. The entire surrounding community is comprised of single-level, single-resident homes, with the exception of ours, a 2-story, across the street. What they're proposing, and I'm so glad you're questioning this oak tree, because that's what's driving this design. It needs to be reconsidered. The lane, Walden Road, Shady Lane, and Drake Court are all no sidewalks, narrow. My distance between that property is 21 feet of paved surface. I believe the plan is proposing 25 feet. The only sidewalk on Walden is what you see on their diagram. The neighbor, John, who I do feel for, has now a 33-story facing into his home. We will look out every day at this structure of children playing in a driveway and emptying trash bins directly in front of the units. I'm totally off script. I try to stay on script, but I strongly encourage you to question the number of units that are on the site. Consider single, double, and 3-story units that can have a hierarchy difference and visually appealing. And even the design, I'm hearing urban. This is not an urban neighborhood. It is surrounded by townhomes, which are actually complementary of the environment. Arts and crafts, shingle and shake, family, single residence. To come in with a Emeryville-esque concrete module structure that is contrasting in colors to define all of these boxes isn't visually appealing when you live in a neighborhood that is just that, a community that is what I call home. 15 years has been my home. My neighbors are here. I've watched their kids here. I strongly encourage you to question the design and the quantity. I have the same concerns about drainage. Every year that southwest corner floods. We call it a lake. I feel for John and myself and the neighbors across our way that drainage is now going to come our way. And then I'll throw out, during construction, the avenue and the transportation, 18 cars are now coming out onto Walden Road. The possibility of 18 cars. There's no street parking on Walden, Shady Lane, or Drake Court. The closest will be Civic or on Jones Street, 2 blocks away. that traffic is coming in and out of a 25-foot, two-lane, no sidewalk street. Dog, kid-friendly, pedestrian, not kid-friendly, but kids, bikers, runners are all up and down that street throughout the course of the day. And the only area that's a sidewalk is this small amount featured in their design. So all I'm going to say is to the developer, just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I strongly encourage you to limit the number of units. I am not against development. We would be naive to assume it wouldn't happen, and we expected it. But I think you need to be respectful to our community as much as you would be in yours in Blackhawk. So, sorry. I wasn't going to get emotional. I meant to stay on script. I apologize, but I thank you for this opportunity, and I look forward to more time with all of you. And I appreciate your questions.
Thank you.
I'm Frank Holbrook. I also live on Shady Lane in the corner of Walden. Prior to that, I lived in the city of Napa, and I was employed by the Planning Commission doing preservation. To start off with, I'm also very much concerned about the architecture of this project. To me, it doesn't really go with the rhythm of the neighborhood. If you walk the neighborhood, you will see the use of stone buildings, stone brick walls, brick chimneys, walkways, paver stones, driveways that are done in paver stones, and shake and shingles. Lots of natural elements. All of these elements come together and create a rhythm in a modest ranch-style neighborhood. The current proposed plan has no natural element in their renderings, with the exception of one or two door surrounds of manufactured stacked stone. I propose brick and stone on garage fronts, or without complicating an already confusing composition. There, too, is a lot of concrete in the common drives, a lot of concrete, as well as stamped concrete defining the walkways. Could this not be done in brick or a break up the mass, or warm-toned pavers, just to mitigate a little bit of the concrete? I also understand that the 8 trees that will be taken down, and I want to make it very clear to the people that are listening at home, and I'd like to have an answer. Does this save any of the oak trees? I hear tonight that the oak tree is within the noose, and I believe it's going to be taken down. These oak trees, if the city has called and the county has called highly protected, I'm not seeing that highly protected here. I think we should think of that again. And maybe we should just say oak trees and not call it highly protected century oaks. I think it prudent to exhibit to the public here, not tonight, but in the next meeting, samples of all of the materials that are going to be used in this project. I'd like to see the walls, I'd like to see the concrete colors, and I don't want pictures, I want actual samples. And locations of projects. I think it might be nice to actually look at some of the projects that someone has done, or the architect has done, or the developer has done that are similar to this, so that we can see the quality. I don't see it here, I don't see pictures, and I don't think it's going to be, I don't think we should have a computer-generated picture. I think an address or a drive-by. Finally, I'm concerned about the water levels. I too am flooded out in the winter. The water across the street, it is a lake. The old lady that lived there, you had to bring her food. She couldn't get out. It's true. For days at a time it's flooded. It's just not one flood and then it goes away in 20 minutes. It's like that for days at a time. So where's that water going to go? I don't see any solutions to that. And rising the ground level, I think that was brought up earlier, that's just going to push the water to the neighbors. The water actually does cover Walden too.
Okay, we've reached our 3-minute time limit.
Thank you. So I think to finalize, years ago I tried to build a fence when I first moved into the property 35 years ago. I came to the city because they were going to be the proper thing to do and asked for a permit. They told me I couldn't do it because they wanted to keep that part of the city rural. Rural. And here we are today talking about making it not rural. The transit villages, which is a great idea. Big village over here, big village over there, transit villages everywhere, are now morphing into the entire village that we all live in. We have a village, and it's not a transit village. That's about it. I think that the whole thing needs to be re-examined. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Mary Vanderpan, and I live at 131 Shady Lane, Walnut Creek. I'm really happy to be here tonight, and thank you for taking public comments. I hope that you can consider the impact that this is going to have on this beautiful, quiet neighborhood. I urge all of you tomorrow to go drive down Oak Civic, turn on Walden, and take a look at this area, and then turn on Shady Lane. Shady Lane is actually a private road. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of traffic on it. This is maintained by the owners of the property on Shady Lane. We came to the city, I think a year ago, 2 years ago, asking the city to take over this road, and they declined. So it's up to us, the owners of on Shady Lane, to actually be in charge of that road. I'm very concerned with this proposed multiplex dwelling, that we're going to have all those cars coming out, and they're going to be going right down Shady Lane in order to cut over to Oak and Civic. And this is going to cause us a huge cost. And also, when construction is going on, they're going to see that as just a prime place to park all of their construction vehicles. And that should be absolutely prohibited. But because of we don't have any way to block traffic going down Shady Lane, so it's just left up to us to keep shelling out money trying to keep that road up. If this is actually built, I would hope that the city would decide as part of the development that they would have to pave Shady Lane, just in anticipation of doubling the traffic that's going down Shady Lane. But I invite you to take a drive down Shady Lane so you get a feel for the neighborhood, and you can see how this would fit into that nice, quiet neighborhood that we have. I am very concerned about the heritage oak. It's an absolutely beautiful tree. We have several along that are kind of farther down in Shady Lane, but this is really a beautiful tree, and I hope that you'll take a look at it. If there's a way to save this, I would hope we could do it. I heard one of the gentlemen that talked said that it would just be a lot nicer if the tree wasn't there. And then there's another statement that was made that, well, it might die, but we don't know. So what I'd say is let's let it live. Let's try to keep these heritage oaks. It's something that all of us believe in. The city believes in it. We have codes protecting them. So let's not just simply go in and cut it down for the sake of whatever this is. Let's just try to keep it. Also, I do agree that we should go back and have this redesigned. If you decide to take the oak out, then redesign the whole thing and don't give the setbacks. Maybe decrease the number of units that you have here. One last point, the facade should be changed. This looks very modernistic, which doesn't fit in with the neighborhood. If you're going to have a multiplex kind of dwelling situation going on, take a look at the units that are on the corner of Oak Civic and Walden. They're shingled. They actually fit in pretty nicely into the neighborhood, and that would be an option. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Excuse me, Shady Lane, that's a dead end, isn't it?
No, it's not.
It does,
I wish it were. I would, if you could make it a dead end,
so it does
I
go
would
through all the
send
way?
you flowers every day.
Okay, so it crosses the
goes-
street the other way. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but it goes all the way down, and then it turns on a little place called Deodora, and
No,
comes
that's fine, I was
out on
just curious
Oak
about
Civic.
by the project.
Yeah, it comes out on Civic, facing Keys over that way.
Okay.
Okay, do we have any other public comment for this project?
We have two,
Zoomers. Okay.
we have Kent Yashiwara.
Thank you. Are you able to hear me? Is my mic set up right?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Kent Yoshiwara. I received the postcard notice, and I guess it was maybe last week, so I wasn't able to make it to the meeting. Kind of kicking myself for not attending. One of the biggest things beside the 30-foot tall facade looking onto John's property, we had a similar situation with the project behind Walden Road, the Paseo Grand with the 70 units. And I attended a number of the meetings for that project and would ask this developer to look at putting the access road along the fence so that the buildings aren't right over the top of John's property. That would give more daylight to the private property, the smaller building. It would require some redesign, I would imagine, but the amount of paving seems inordinate. I understand the 25-foot backup, but is there a way that that 25-foot backup space could be shared so that you don't have 25 feet on one side, 25 feet on the other, which ultimately for this project ends up being over 50, if not 70 feet of paving that could be used toward the perimeter of the property so that those buildings are not encroaching and going over the top of neighbors. We were lucky enough that the developer, I want to say behind Walden Road, was able to put a road there because the first iterations of that design had 3-story townhouses right over my backyard. Likewise, that developer and the arborist recognized that they didn't investigate all the trees clearly enough, and I asked for a few of the trees to be looked at again, even though they were not on our property line or on my property. They were within the setback of the fence, which allowed the developer to keep the trees because they were no longer going to put the buildings right up against the property line. So I consider that a developer who thought this through a little more, to where the trees were kept. It provided some screening for me. I still have 3-story buildings looking over my backyard. But I was able to plant the few trees myself and was able to have the project keep the trees that weren't impacting their buildings. So the one thing that I would ask is that could that road be closer to the fence so that the buildings are not so overbearing? And then reduce the amount of paving and have the neighbors, the new development on top of each other, not over the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we have Kelly Copland, it looks like.
Hello, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, thank you. I'm a neighbor on Shady Lane, and like some of the similar comments that were made earlier, our issues really revolve around both the drainage as well as the increased activity on our street that is private. I would say a lot of them are very similar to what Mary echoed, or Mary said. So we'd like to echo some of those similar sentiments. And also too, as avid walkers and whatnot on that street, the increased traffic would be really detrimental to the neighborhood feel. So we'd also like to comment too on some of the design features. I'm gonna let my wife do that.
Yeah, so I mean, as Kelly said, we walk a lot in the neighborhood, and one of the reasons that we really love this area is, you know, as Joe mentioned, it has a very nice community feel, and you know, also encourage you guys to come and sense that. But it really is a beautiful area, and I think all of the multi-dwelling units in the area currently, they're very thoughtful and they're done really well. And you know, if you look at them, like on North Civic, they tend to have just like one or two, they tend to have maybe a couple colors and textures. This particular development has multiple textures and colors, and it just doesn't fit in with the whole environment. A similar unit was built over on Jones recently, and you know, it actually, they've had a hard time selling, and just the modern feel just doesn't really fit. And you know, it'd be really nice if you guys could at least rethink the color scheme and the look and feel so it feels more community, I think. So yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else for public comment?
I don't, is that the same one? I think we have.
Excuse me, I didn't go for my whole lot of time, but there's one other point I'd like to make, is that on their protection project, they have the air.
I think you have to come up to get your.
Is that the applicant?
My name is Robert Mess. I'm John Mess's brother, and I'm helping talk about this project. Their air conditioners are right on the fence line between my brother's house and the project. So these air conditioners are going to be absolutely on the other side of the fence, right next to his bedrooms. So these things should be relocated so that they don't impact him for noise.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not
Okay.
seeing any more hands.
All right, so at this point, we will close the public comment and bring it back to.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
I think that the applicant's civil engineer is here. Can we ask a question about the
would-
grading and the drainage and
I
how
would
it's
love to
gonna be
hear
worked?
that. What would be, Skip, if we do that, what's our process? Can we reopen it to have a couple
Well-
questions of the civil engineer?
Now would be the time if the applicant wanted
Okay,
to rebut.
I would like to do that. Would you be able to speak to some of the comments about the drainage?
Good evening. I'm John Viscay with Apex Civil Engineering, the civil engineer on the project. What I can tell you is that we did in-house the survey of the property. A gentleman here said that the property actually drains from Walden towards the north, and that is correct. Along the east side of the property, there's approximately a 3-inch drop from Walden Road to the north end of the property. Down the dead center of the property, there's a 1-inch drop in elevation. And down the west side, that's the biggest drop. It's about 8 inches of difference between Walden and the north corner with Shady Lane, the northwest corner. As far as the elevation of the buildings and the pads that we designed, the average elevation of the site is approximately a 100.34, if I'm not mistaken. And the building pads are set at an elevation of 100.5, which is about 2 inches above the average grade. I heard a comment about the concern with drainage on the corner with Shady Lane and Walden. The reality is that there's an existing catch basin there that then goes into a 36-inch storm drain that goes north up Shady Lane. The existing grades that are there adjacent to that catch basin actually prohibit drainage from properly getting into that catch basin. The way our site is designed is to basically collect all our drainage on site, throw it into bioretention areas to treat the stormwater, and then bring it back through piping to not impact the neighbors to the north or on Shady Lane, back to that 36-inch storm drain. As far as addressing the drainage concern for the property to the east, in the far northeast corner of our project, the existing grades are actually, the existing house, I should say, is up in the northeast corner of the property. and it actually creates a buttress to the grades at that northeast corner. So drainage does not go towards Shady Lane, it actually goes north. The way our design is that we have drainage in that back corner that then discharges into a bioretention area at the back of the property. Elevations of that bioretention area are low enough to where if any drainage to the east needed to come through there, that would not be a problem. We'd be more than happy to do additional surveying on the property to the east to confirm that, and provide, an exhibit to the homeowner there showing that their drainage, if it, was to overtop their existing drainage system, that we'd be able to handle any runoff. With that, I'll open it up to any questions you may have.
So clarifying questions for our civil engineer. So you're confident in the design that all the drainage is being captured and treated on site and then moved to?
And then properly channeled into the 36-inch storm drain rather than going north as it does today. Yes.
Okay.
And it appears you have drains in each of the rear yards too to capture the individual yards?
We have, yes, several drains throughout all rear yard areas that are all piped either to a bioretention area or out to the front of the property.
So they'll no longer have a lake?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, I'll close it and bring it back to our commission. Who would like to start?
I'll give it a crack.
All right.
I'm not in favor of this project, not so much on the compatibility issue. I think there are similar projects, maybe not in the exact architectural style and everything. I'm against it because I think the design and the layout is just is not good. I don't see that center space as a communal space at all. There's nothing that would take me out front. There's no benches, no pedestrian activity, and I sure don't want my child riding a tricycle in the middle of all these garages and cars and guest parking. So again, I see it as just the opposite, that everyone's probably going to stay in their house, and you're not going to get this little society within these 8 units. I see this as a wound-up rubber band, and when you start looking at all the utilities and everything and minimal landscaping, it's going to unwind when everybody's in there. Everything is just too tight. And over time, in my experience, these type of projects, they don't wear very well. And I think it could be laid out better. I know we're hamstrung with the density bonus in the state coming in. I guess my attitude is, fine, if you need 8 units, I think it could be laid out differently with 8 units, whether they're smaller units, and whether it's a different paving pattern. I would like to see other alignments, but right now I'm not in favor of this project as it's proposed today. I want to comment on the oak tree too. I don't think we should restrict the developer. If you get a better product by taking out the oak tree, I am okay with that. I don't want to penalize you saying you have to keep the oak tree as a way of saying you can't develop the project. I think that's unfair. But if there is a way to work around it and make the project better, that's fine too. So those are my comments.
Who'd like to go next? Okay, I'll go. Okay. So I feel as though I'm going to go with the oak tree because it's top of mind. I think if the site is being designed around the oak tree, I am of the thought that do what you can to make it live, and then if it dies, replace it with a 36-inch box. I understand that the arborist can't guarantee it'll live, but I mean, you can never guarantee a tree's going to live. So I think it seems, if we continue to leave the site, that this oak tree is a central feature, which right now it seems to me it is, then I would be a proponent of keeping it. If the tree is to come out because the efforts to keep it are too significant, then I would propose that we consider reevaluating the circulation of the site so that it doesn't necessarily have this central area that's a parking spot and planting, because I agree that doesn't really feel like a community space, in my opinion. I like the vision of the kids playing and the court, but I think as it is now, it's not functioning that way. I see it as almost a barrier in the middle that's separating those houses and not allowing it to feel like a shared driveway, like a cul-de-sac experience. Minor detail, I think the bike racks are tucked in an odd spot. If I were visiting, I don't think I would realize that's where I could park my bike. I think that the stamped asphalt pathways are a little strange. I think that the enhanced pathway to a front door is nice. I think the circuitous nature of how it moves through the driveway is almost confusing, and it seems really dependent on where you got out of your vehicle. So I don't know that that's enhancing it. I think I'd rather see a consideration where instead of just pathways to the front door, there's enhanced paving at more of a focal gathering spot, and maybe that's where the kids ride their trikes or something. The question I asked regarding screening in the backyards is important to me. I don't know the mechanism in which I think that should be handled, but I think there needs to be some consideration for that impact on the adjacent properties and how that could be handled, potentially with the HOA, to make sure that there's some level of privacy protected for those that are nearby. It's interesting to me that somebody mentioned that that's the only strip of sidewalk, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to take advantage of maybe the community doesn't need a sidewalk because it's not using it currently, and maybe there's an opportunity for more trees or something else to make that feel a little more in line with the existing community and what they have going on. As far as the architecture, I don't know how to say this more articulately. It feels a little confused to me. I think that the facade feels very modern and rectilinear, so then the somewhat short pitched roofs feel in conflict to that. I don't know, really, I'm going to depend on my architects to try to articulate that better than I am, but it feels, the proportions feel a little weird to me. And then I think that there's a lot of windows, but they seem small, and so I'm just reacting to the renderings on that one. And the site seems to really emphasize the garage, and you guys know it's apparently becoming my personal mission to really change this dynamic between cars and its priority, and I apologize for constantly hammering this home, but it just seems really about the cars, and I trust the developer knows their market more than I do, but I question if it needs to be a two-car garage, and if we need to guest parking stalls, because there is some proximity to BART and downtown, and can we take advantage of that just as a consideration? I'm almost finished. It feels like there's very few trees for such tall residences. I would think that they would want more trees as well, just to make it sit in the site a little more comfortably, especially since it's coming into a more mature neighborhood, so it will be noticeable that there are so few trees. And even if they're just small and very linear, I think that would help. I think that's it. Thank you. Yes.
I'm going to be very brief. I think we heard a very compelling presentation from the neighbors. I mean, they live their community. They know what's going on. They've been there for a while. I take your impressions and your opinions very seriously. I share with all of you that this project is very tight. I guess all of us have already expressed that. I think that probably this is not the proper building type for this size of lot, or probably not the proper building type for this neighborhood. So I would probably rethink the whole building and think of something that actually doesn't need so many waivers to make it a profitable building. I have some notes here. I want to be, for the sake of being brief. I would like to see sections. I mean, I generally ask for this. I would like to see sections cutting through your buildings and cutting through the neighbors. I would like to see the two-story house against the 35-foot building. I would love to see what's going on there. That'll give us a very compelling case of how we are not reading properly our relationship with the existing buildings. Like Brian said, I'm not in favor of this building. So that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Krelling.
All right, thank you very much. I'd also like to say I'm really thankful for the public, the neighbors that came out to speak. I also agree with Commissioner Valia. You made some compelling arguments and cases. I look at a lot of the designs in my role here as just as the average Walnut Creek citizen. What do I want to see? What do I want to live by? Where do I want to go patronize, et cetera? But we find ourselves in some interesting times. 40 years ago, almost to the day, the prior city council, long before I lived here, rezoned where you live to this multifamily zoning. And I think it was kind of the early beginnings of transit village thinking, having things closer to BART, having higher density. So that kind of puts us in a tough situation in terms of what can go there and what can't go there, because it's actually zoned for, medium density, I think is the right word. And then the other thing going on is that the majority of Californians have voted for a state government that has essentially been eroding local government's ability to decide the density of housing. So that's even takes a lot more of this out of our control. I might be stating the obvious, but I just wanted to put it out there because, it's a part of my thinking, and part of what we get stuck with is we have all these new laws that are dictating, mandating, and stripping your city government of its powers. So our primary role in this body is design, of course. I think a lot of the issues about density, are more planning commission issues. But also a part of our role in design is how does the design of the proposed project integrate with the surrounding architecture? And I think one or more of the public that spoke talked about, could this be redesigned architecturally to be more compatible? I think the big development that's behind you certainly looks more compatible with the surrounding homes than this does. Somebody else mentioned that there's a lot of these developments going up on Walnut Creek, and you're right. I've seen this style building go up quite a bit. And looking at it standalone, it's actually not bad architecture. But again, when you look where it's being dropped in, it doesn't necessarily make sense. I'm okay with removing the oak tree if it could cause a better design. I also feel that that center court is probably not going to operate the way the applicant thinks it will. I live on a 7-home development that used to be 1 home, and we have big quarter-acre lots, and we have a big center court and a huge heritage oak tree. We don't actually do a lot of gathering in that court. What I worry about with the court as proposed, which is very different than where I live, would be the safety. When you talk about the children out playing, people are going to come peeling in there to get home from work, get home from shopping, et cetera. And I'd be scared if little kids were out there. I just know what happens with these little courts with parking and people going in and out. I think it sets up not the most ideal situation. I'm an advocate for trying to make the units, knowing that we're stuck with these density bonus laws and the current zoning, smaller. To the extent we can make them smaller, we don't need some of the waivers. I think it would be better for the surrounding neighbors if you had the, as the zoning currently calls for, that step back, as the building goes higher, it gets further away from the neighbor. I think that's a better compromise position. Also, I think having a little more space between each unit is important. Again, if I imagine walking into this development, and I'm very familiar with your neighborhood, if I imagine walking into this development and I see the buildings so close together, it starts to look like row houses or apartments, and the further degrading the character of the development. So, and then the other thing I'm not a fan of is when buildings are lined up so you're almost looking down like a bowling alley. So if they're all kind of straight this way and straight this way, it lacks visual interest. There's another project we looked at not that long ago, multiple houses on one lot, and all the houses are kind of canted and turned and angled. It gives it much more interest and looks like it belongs there a little bit more. So those are all my individual comments. I'll just summarize with, I also am not in favor of the development, the way it's designed and put on paper today. I know we have to get more housing in. I know the state is telling us we have to have more housing in, but I think we can make it look better and function better. Thank you.
I'm glad Charles brought up the ordinances from the state, because, you know, this is what the state wants, and the thing is, this side of the street is zoned M25 and PD, and that means that it's anticipated that it's going to change. And I realize across the street is R10, so you have an incompatibility between the types of uses. But, you know, I'm always a big proponent of multifamily homes, and so I support the idea of being able to put more units on the site. There, you know, behind it is El Paseo, and at 2642 is the one on Jones that people were talking about, which is also 3-story and a little bit more modern looking. You know, I think there's a lot more of that becoming more modern, but I'll talk about the architecture again in a minute. But normally when we do design review, we look at, you know, keeping trees. We look at, you know, and in this project, you're keeping one. And I think there's potential, you know, to look at some other clusters of trees maybe in the back that could be a better place for the kids' play area, and look at the site as a whole. Again, I just think the idea of, you know, every one of them having to be 2-car garage and a single-family home kind of squeezed together as narrow as you can, it's shown the limitations of doing that on the site unless the tree goes and there's less paving on the site. And I think that's, you know, I think that's going to just have to happen. You know, I was okay with the project in general. I think that the applicant did a good job with the upper windows and, you know, looking into the project itself and not looking into the neighbors. I think the materials were okay. I think maybe the colors were a little too contrasty, but that's a detail we'll always get to. I think, you know, it's a bit of a jumble of the architecture, kind of pushed by the ordinances. I think the north and south elevations of Building 1, particularly where you see it, the step back, take the building and go like this, it just looks odd. And unfortunately, if it was a craftsman or something, you know, where the architecture style was forced, it would look even worse, because that's not a style that works with that kind of step back. So it just kind of shows that the waivers and the step back ordinances kind of forcing the way the architecture looks. Particularly the south elevation in the front, with on the left side, it looks like a 2-car garage with a giant 2-story addition on top of it, and I think that could be integrated a little bit better. I think that the waivers are significant for getting one moderate affordable unit. I believe that there are other options that would not require the side yard setbacks to be reduced so much, which would be a better, more compatible to the neighborhood. I think if there was a series of units in the back, backing up to the Paseo Circle, that's where the 3-story units are. Kind of makes sense to put them back there. You have less paving in the front, some more opportunity to just sort of make it more compatible with the neighborhood in the front. I just think there's too much paving, and the design is really driven by the garages. I mean, I would have supported more units with this more kind of creative solution to the site. And again, we are setting a precedence for other units that are being done over there. You know, you have 2 giant driveways on the street, and we're talking about street parking, and then we have 2 20, 25-foot driveways, which really, you know, makes the entire front of the building to be paved, which I'm not in favor of. There's a little project over there at 1350 Walden, which I've always really liked. It's got the garages like backed up to the street, and then a series of units across the back. I mean, yeah, you got to park your car and you got to walk across the way. I still wish that there was more solutions like that. I'm not saying that it has to be on this one, but I would look at projects like that to see a different way to get more units on it and not have to do, skinnier and smaller single-family home subdivisions. Again, we just can't keep paving from here to Nevada with single-family homes. So adding more housing in this area makes sense to me. I just don't think it's quite right. I think the architecture needs to be more sensitive to the neighborhood, per what the neighbors said. And I really wish this had come in as a study session earlier, and we could have looked at some of the options together, because we have full engineering and we have photovoltaics on a project which really should have been a study session. And unfortunately, that's why we have multiple meetings. And I think it's unfortunate that the state has made a rule that's just a number 5, and that's it. Because there should be at least 2 or 3 of these, and it's got to go to council, which is another one. And it's just showing that some of the old ordinances don't really work with the current state requirements. So that's it for me. I think the project needs to be rethought. Thank you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is it does not sound like we have majority support to recommend the project move to city council. So I'm looking to your guidance. Would we make a request to have it returned to us? Is there an impact to that? Because I know we have a limited number of meetings. What's the most appropriate move for us?
I think I can respond to that, and I'll ask Claire to keep an eye on me. But I think the applicant actually has some options, and the option one would be to take a unsupported recommendation from the Design Review Commission to the City Council and roll the dice.
Mm-hmm.
The other one would be to take your comments and go back and redesign something.
Mm-hmm.
And I think those are really their most viable options.
And do we need, I can see our applicant wants to talk to us. Sorry, I can't in this moment reopen your comment. But does it matter what we do to impact his decision? Or we just say we're not recommending it?
Or
that's it?
Is it I didn't hear any positive recommendation
Right.
for this proposed project from any commissioner. Is that correct? So
That's
so
what I heard, yeah.
it'd be a unanimous negative recommendation.
Okay.
So, and that if they still can take that to the city council if they wish.
Okay.
But I think you've done your job. There's no motion.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll just toss this out there as a comment, if that's allowable. I don't know if the applicant worked with the surrounding neighbors in the design, and if they haven't, sometimes that can be very helpful. And I know a lot of our bigger projects, the applicants work with the neighbors to try and, then you end up getting at least to something that's more of a compromise situation.
Okay. All right, thank you. So we are going to move on to our second public meeting item. However, do any commissioners want to take a quick break? Okay, let's do that. Let's take a 5-minute break.
What are next steps from this? Is there other opportunities?
We don't know at this time.
We'll have to see what the applicant, right. Yep. All right, welcome back from our break. We will now be looking at project 2670 and 2680 Walnut Boulevard subdivision. We'll take our presentation from city staff.
Thank you. Good evening, commissioners. My name is Haley Crawford, senior planner here at the city of Walnut Creek. Tonight, I will be presenting a study session and seeking a recommendation on a project at 2670 and 2680 Walnut Boulevard for a 13-lot single-family subdivision. I'll start with kind of the general project request and then get into the details. So the applicant is proposing to demolish the 2 existing single-family homes and associated accessory structures on site and construct a new 13-lot subdivision with 13 single-family homes. They are similar to the last project we just saw, seeking a density bonus request with 14 waivers, and are seeking review under SB 330. So just to lay out kind of the map and the entitlement process for this project, tonight is the first hearing on this project, and as I mentioned, it's a DRC study session and recommendation on the requested entitlements, which are major subdivision for a vesting tentative map, density bonus, design review, tree removal, and tree drip line encroachment permit. And I will just note at this time, the CEQA status is still pending under review. So the next step after this project tonight, depending obviously on the outcome of this meeting, will eventually go to the Planning Commission, where the Planning Commission will take action on the major subdivision, density bonus, and tree removal and drip line requests. At that point, again, pending obviously the outcome of that meeting, but will then return to the Design Review Commission for final design review. So now diving into some of the site context. A little bit hard to see maybe on your screen, hopefully not, but the yellow star kind of at the center of that map is City Hall, where we are all right now. And then the project site is located just northeast of City Hall, highlighted in that red arrow. Zooming in a little bit closer, the site is zoned single family, medium density, 3.1 to 6 dwelling units per acre is the general plan range. The zoning is single family R10, which simply means there's a minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet per lot. The site itself, as I mentioned, is comprised of 2 separate parcels with a total of 1.5 net acres located on the east side of Walnut Boulevard. Zooming in a little bit closer to an aerial of the site where you see the 2 single-family homes and associated accessory structures and some images of what those look like today. Here's an existing plan. And I want to highlight that along the south and east portion of the project site as a whole is what Homestead Creek, and it serves as the drainage creek that flows through the site and also serves the surrounding area. Currently, the applicant is not proposing to changes to this creek. There are some outstanding items that staff has requested. I mentioned earlier that the CEQA status is still under review, as well as some of our comments related to our engineering department. What has been requested is a hydrology analysis to ensure that the project will not have an impact on drainage or flooding in the area, especially given the unique context of this site with Homestead Creek running again on the south and east facades. So that item is still pending, so I do want to highlight that tonight. And I'll move on to the proposed vesting tentative map plan. So as I mentioned, 13 single-family lots will be lined around a central driveway, highlighted here a little bit better, providing central access off Walnut Boulevard, and then teeing at the end towards the east of the site to provide access to 3 additional units, 6, 7, and 8 on the far eastern side of the lot. There will be 7 guest parking stalls located at the southeast corner. This here also shows some turning templates, both to ensure that fire access has been provided, and also to show backup distances from some of the garages. I will get into some of the waivers in a minute, but one of the ones being requested is a reduction in the width of that roadway. As proposed, the roadway does not meet city standard, and therefore, if the waivers are granted, it will be maintained as a private road and maintained by this development. So moving on, here's a more illustrated site plan. The project itself has two different plan types. Plan 1 is a 3-bedroom, 2.5-bath option shown in the locations with the blue stars. Each plan, so there's Plan 1 and Plan 2, each plan has two different elevation styles. So there are 4 kind of unique design types in total throughout this project, and they have scattered them in an alternating pattern to add some variability to the street line and to add some visual interest and not have a repeating monotonous street plan. Here are the locations of that Plan 2. Plan 2 is slightly larger, 4-bedroom, 3.5-bath. And as I mentioned, the project is seeking a density bonus request. Here, shown in the yellow stars, are the locations of the 2 proposed affordable units. They'll be dedicated to low income, which means dedicated to those making between 50% and 80% of the area median income. And they are distributed throughout the project in a way that each plan has 1 affordable unit. So 1 Plan 1 and 1 for Plan 2. So I'll get into the details of the density bonus request. I know we just heard a presentation, so I'll keep it brief in terms of state law requirements, but obviously here to answer questions. For this specific project, as I mentioned, the general plan allows a density range of 3.1 to 6 dwelling units per acre, which equates to a maximum of 10 units. So the base density of this project is 10 units. The applicant is providing 2 affordable homes, so 20% of the project. That allows them a 35% increase in density. In density bonus, you do round up, so 35% increase of 10 units gives them a maximum of 14 units on site. They are proposing 13 units. Under density bonus, they also are allowed to seek relief from development standards that would otherwise physically preclude the density proposed. They are requesting 13 waivers. And this was mentioned previously, so I'll just quickly note again that the city is required to waive the requested standards unless a finding is made that their requested waivers would have an adverse impact upon the health, safety, or physical environment. Here is a list of the waivers. I do want to highlight one thing while we're on this page. The staff report that was presented tonight included a waiver request from the applicant for the rear yard setback. After looking at it further, that waiver request is actually not required. The projects are meeting their rear yard setback if we measure their rear yards to the property line, which is how our ordinance requires us to do it. So they get the benefit of that creek area, which again, they're going to be maintaining along the south and east portion of the lot. So I did want to just highlight that. Other than that, this table is directly from the staff report. So I'll highlight that the waiver requests include a reduction in the minimum lot size from 10,000 square feet to a minimum of 3,000 square feet. The lot width, 38 feet. The lot frontage also to 38 feet. Minimum lot depth to 77 feet. A reduction in all of the setbacks, the front yard setbacks, the minimum side yard setback, as well as the aggregate side yard setback. And then the additional setback that's required for a second story. The lot coverage, they are requesting a waiver to increase the lot coverage from what was required at 35% to 52%. And then, as I mentioned previously, some waivers applicable to the roadway width, or the road standards, one being the roadway width, and then they are not providing any on-street parking where under our street standards, parking would be required on both sides of the street. So that is the kind of brief or quick summary of the requested waivers. As we kind of go through the plans in more detail, we can look at any of these in more detail. We can come back to this table if needed. As I mentioned at the beginning, they also are seeking review under SB 330. Under SB 330, the project in order to comply would have to meet all applicable zoning, development, design, objective design standards. Under the project as proposed, if the density bonus and waivers are granted, they do meet all objective standards, including objective design standards. I've included just a quick snapshot of the objective design standards checklist here. That was submitted by the applicant and was included in your packet tonight, and it shows their compliance with all of the objective design standards for single-family residential. This was again mentioned earlier, but I do just want to highlight that the commission tonight, with SB 330 in mind, again, can make recommendations but cannot impose any conditions that would impact the project's density. And SB 330 also limits the number of hearings for projects to a maximum of 5. So now I'll dive into some details of the floor plans and some elevations. So this, again, is Plan 1. Their first floor and second floor plan with some variability on the second floor between the farmhouse style and what they're calling the Bay Area style elevation. And there's a kind of a corner enhancement detail that is provided. And here is the elevation of Plan 1 in that farmhouse style. The farmhouse style, consistent between both plans, consists of horizontal siding and board and batten siding, as well as dark vinyl windows, glass garage doors, and lighting fixtures that are consistent with the farmhouse style design, as well as shingle roof and a metal roof at kind of key entry features. In contrast, here is the Bay Area elevation style, again shown for Plan 1, but in general, the Bay Area style has elements of stucco at the base, siding up at the second level, as well as the similar dark vinyl windows and lighting fixtures that are different and more compatible for these with the Bay Area elevation style. Floor plan 2, which is the slightly larger floor plan, this is the 4-bedroom option, does have the same kind of option for that corner enhancement window on the second floor, but does again have the 2-car garage and living space on the ground floor. The farmhouse style elevation. I will point out, this is the similar materials that I did mention prior. However, in Plan 2, one of the items that staff is seeking DRC's comments on are specifically on the left elevation of Plan 2, both for the farmhouse style and the Bay Area style. And seeking feedback, staff believes that some sort of additional articulation would be needed here, either to break up the first and second story or to maybe introduce a second material, something to help break up that large kind of massive 2-story building and scale of that elevation specifically. Other than that, staff feels that the architecture and the materials on the other elevations is used in a way that provides enough visual interest and scale to the buildings. But it's really just those left elevations that staff is seeking feedback on. And here's just a screenshot from the plans provided tonight, just of the color material palette, so you can get a sense of the kind of color options. And it does include those 2 lighting fixtures, one for the farmhouse style and then the Bay Area style, just so you can see the kind of difference in details there. I'll move on to the landscape plan and frontage improvements. I'll start with the frontage improvements. The project is going to be providing a 5-foot sidewalk along Walnut Boulevard, as well as undergrounding the utilities, providing new street lights, as well as 6 street trees. Other landscaping throughout the development is located in the front yards and lining the street, an internal roadway. There's a pedestrian path along the north side of that roadway where some additional trees will be lined, and then a bioretention area in the northeast corner. The other, I'll start with the planting plan. Staff, has reviewed the planting plan again against the objective design standards. The applicant has also submitted their water efficient landscape ordinance requirements, and the planting plan does comply with both our objective standards and water efficient landscape requirements. And tree removal request is obviously a part of the landscape plan, and I want to highlight the applicant is proposing to remove 31 trees. Some of these are also located off-site. Those obviously will require the adjacent property owner's approval of any tree not located on this property. Of those trees, 15 are considered highly protected. And there is one specific tree located kind of towards the front center of the property. I don't know if I can point, there we go. Tree number 88, which is a 43-inch valley oak. They're currently proposing to remove that. Our city arborist has reviewed the requested tree removals and has specifically requested that the preservation of that tree be considered. I do believe the applicant has considered that, and for various reasons that they can address, is proposing to remove that. Part of it being to preserve trees 72 and 73, which are located on the adjacent property up to the north. I believe the applicant can go into further detail of that, but I want to highlight that request. I also want to highlight that the current arborist report that the city has, and that was submitted in your packet, is for a earlier iteration of the project, which did envision 14 units at one point. Since the applicant has revised the scope, staff has requested a revised arborist report to respond to that revised scope to see if anything changes in terms of recommendations to the tree removals, particularly if any of the trees located along the creek could potentially be maintained given the revised scope. So that's pending, and that will be provided to Planning Commission by time the tree removal requests are to be officially considered by them. So I'll just end with kind of summarizing some of staff's comments and analysis. Again, I brought up the kind of minor facade details recommended on the left elevation of Plan 2. I also just want to note that the applicant has been working very closely with staff, especially with our engineering department, on that creek, making sure that drainage and flooding impacts are addressed, and also working to provide access to that creek for maintenance. Currently, the rear yards back up to that area, and so staff is working with the applicant to ensure that access can be maintained, so that creek can continue to be maintained. And then the arborist report that I just mentioned, staff has also requested that. So the next steps, given the discussion at tonight's meeting, there's kind of two ways to proceed. DRC can provide a positive recommendation on the current set of plans to the Planning Commission for then their consideration of the vesting tentative map, density bonus request, and tree removal permits. Or DRC can request any design revisions or additional information, return to DRC prior to proceeding to Planning Commission. I think the other thing I'll highlight that we also talked about earlier is obviously the applicant. Those are the options DRC can kind of recommend, and then the applicant has their option as well of what to do and how to move forward. I will note that I did receive 5 emails of public correspondence on this project. All 5, there's copies of them at the back of the room. They've been provided to the commissioners tonight, and they're also uploaded online for any of folks watching from home. So finally, I'll end with staff's recommendation tonight. Staff is recommending that the DRC review and provide comments and feedback on the site design, the building design, the landscape plan, tree removal, the vesting tentative map, and density bonus requests, and then ultimately provide a recommendation to the Planning Commission on the vesting tentative map, the density bonus and the waivers, as well as the tree removal and drip line encroachment permits. I'm here if you have any questions, and I do know the applicant team has a presentation for you as well.
Great, thank you, Haley. All right, do we have questions of staff? Commissioner Carling.
Okay, thank you. Mine's really a simple math question.
Yep.
So these two lots are zoned R10. Existing zoning is minimum lot size 10,000 square feet, correct? Total together of the two lots, 1.51 acres, correct?
Correct.
So that's 67,775 square feet. That would mean under existing zoning, you could have 6.78 homes with a maximum permissible 2021 amended density bonus allowable of 50%, at least from my reading today. That's 10.16 homes. How do we get to 13?
So density bonus law states that anytime, when you're looking at calculating base density, anytime your zoning is inconsistent with your general plan allowable density range, you go with the maximum permissible density. So in this case, you're correct. If you use zoning, I can't remember your math off the top of my head, but I think you said about 7 units, which makes, I think, sense if it's 67,000. But under the general plan, which has that range of 3.1 to 6.0 dwelling units per acre, if you look at the 6.0 dwelling units per acre, that allows for 10 units. So that is the more maximum permissible density range. I will say there, was various discussions and review with our city attorney's office on this. Claire, feel free to jump in if I've missed something, but that is how base density was calculated for this project, is using the general plan because it was the maximum permitted density for the site.
I knew there was something about it. Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Belia.
Haley, I have a question about the separation between buildings. I mean, the design depends on that side elevation to bring light into the bedrooms and other spaces. What is the separation between buildings?
So where this project differs from the last project we saw is that this is a single family zone and a single family project. So the discussions about distance between buildings don't necessarily apply here, except obviously those for building code. But in terms of zoning, the zoning for single family has in the ordinance a 5-foot separation between buildings on the site, but does not addresses separation between buildings obviously through the side setback requirement, which for this was a minimum of 5 feet and an aggregate of 15 feet. So a project in the R10 zone that would not be seeking density bonus or not be seeking SB 330 review, just using standard zoning would need to provide a minimum of 5 feet on one side and then 10 feet on the other to get an aggregate of 15. The applicant tonight is proposing to waive those setback requirements.
And the distance of the buildings to the creek, aren't they too close to that creek?
So the city does not have a structure setback requirement. The county does have a structure setback requirement, and the city does review obviously what was proposed against that. Our engineering department did review it and find that there was adequate structure setback from the creek. The one comment was the access, but in terms of structures, they found that there was adequate setback requirement. We do have someone from engineering available tonight as well if we wanted to tap them for any questions, but.
Thank you.
Is the single family designation why there doesn't have to be bike racks on this one?
Yes, there's no bicycle parking requirement for single family.
Okay.
I have a question. Haley, did engineering look at, or is there a concern about the driveway lining up with the street, across the street? This seems to be just, like 30 feet off as opposed to lining up for a T intersection.
Our traffic engineering department did look at that and found that there was adequate distance between the two to not cause any kind of traffic concerns, but it definitely was something that was reviewed. So, they found that there was adequate distance.
Okay.
Commissioner Gorney.
A technical question. If you're doing 13 lots and you're asking for a waiver for all 13 lots, wouldn't that be 13 waivers for that one item? So technically, there'd be 156 waivers if you did the math?
The density bonus is for the project as a whole.
Right, but I'm
And so-
talking about the waivers. It says certain ones are, 13 lots have the same waiver. So if you do the math, you got 156 waivers.
Well, I understand, yes, where you're going, but the way that I think the density bonus looks at it is, it's the project as a whole, although there are certain waivers that only apply or impact certain lots.
Okay.
So it's not that it's
Yeah.
one waiver for every lot, it's, the waiver itself would be minimum lot size, and that's one waiver, and then it, for,
So it's not per lot that they're providing.
correct,
Okay.
but as part of the, the applicant had to provide analysis
Okay.
as to why, and that was part of it.
And then a lot of the waivers, if you look at the numbers, it's like they're like 300% over, 150% over, 250% over. It seems like a lot to me. And that plus the 31 trees coming out, I can't understand why staff is supportive of the density on the waivers with that much waiver on a project.
Well, again, I mean, going back to, state density bonus law, they are permitted 14 units, and they are proposing 13, and there's,
That's what I wanted to know. So
Yeah.
because they're allowed that with the density bonus, they're guaranteed that many units. Even if
in-
it takes all the trees out and 31 trees go, we almost have to allow it again.
again,
Otherwise,
unless,
feasibly, you couldn't do it.
yeah, there is that kind of last caveat, though, that if there are findings that can be made not to support a waiver because it would have an impact to, the health, safety, or environment that could not be mitigated, that would be the reason that the city could potentially, deny a waiver request, which would then have impacts on the project.
Okay, so if our feeling is 7 feet between buildings is not enough for big, long houses like this, and that waiver is not approved, it doesn't allow 13 homes, it would be allowed to be less homes. It wouldn't be violating state law to do that.
Correct, but we would have to document and make those findings, which I think.
Us?
The city would have to make.
The city.
The city, okay,
Yes.
good. And what is, with the trees coming out, 31 trees are coming out, 10 are kept, it says in there, what the benefit to the public? What is the benefit to the public to allow all the trees coming out?
It's, really to allow the development and to allow 13 additional units,
The housing,
single-family
okay.
units into the city.
Okay, thank you. One question on this. Isn't there part of the law that says people could turn their garages into ADUs? Can all these houses turn their garages into ADUs?
Yes,
So that's 26 houses, potentially.
under
With
current
no
state law,
garages
they
at
could.
all? Okay,
Correct.
thank you.
Okay, sorry, I was processing that. I don't have any questions. Thank you. Anyone else have questions? Okay, so at this point, a presentation from the applicant, please.
So we have someone
Or
joining
Zoom.
from Zoom,
Zoom.
and then we have a few of the members in the audience, too.
Great.
He's in.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, I can't share my screen, but that's okay if you guys just want to look at the site plan for the project as a good reference point. I will just read my narrative for the application. So I want to start off by saying good evening, and my name is Don Rickey. I'm with the Dahlin Group Architects. I'm the director of the neighborhood residential sector, and we're located in Pleasanton. Also in attendance tonight are Justin DeNobloch from CBG Engineers, the project applicant Tim Shannon from Haven Development. And on behalf of Haven Development and the consultant team, I want to say thank you for your consideration of our project this evening. We think we have a unique opportunity to provide some much needed single family detached housing on an infill site that is currently underutilized. First, I want to thank Haley for doing a nice thorough presentation. And rather than repeat project criteria that Haley's already covered, I'd just like to add some background information and share some of the design challenges and process with the DRC. We started working with Haven in January of 2020, pre-pandemic, targeting 14 units, the maximum allowed under the general plan and by state density bonus law. Over the course of the past 21 months, we've been working with planning, public works in an effort to be mindful of our neighbors, and we reduced the project by 1 to 13 homes in total. A few of the design considerations and challenges on the site were the following. Originally, we planned to underground drainage and delete or pave over eliminating the drainage swale that wraps around the two property lines, and clean up. But we decided to go ahead and clean that up because the city was insistent that we keep the drainage in its natural state. So what we're doing is we're cleaning up that drainage and considering it to be a ongoing maintenance item for the HOA for the project. Right now it's overgrown with brush and rocks, and it's very hard to navigate and even get into that area, depending on where you are on the site. Also, originally we planned to save the oak. I believe that was tree 88 that Haley pointed out in the front where lot 1 is located. But we became aware of two substantial oak trees on the Miller's rear property, in the Miller's rear yard, just inside their rear fence, and it has several meandering limbs that overhang in the northeast corner of our project quite extensively. Actually, they jet out quite a bit. We have done some tree trimming and cutting back some of those limbs with the Miller's approval, and then as a result of losing 2 homes in the northeast corner to accommodate pushing things further south so that we could clear room so those trees could live, we located the bioretention up in the northeast corner. And as a result, we lost 2 homes. So we chose to go ahead and put another home back on lot 1. So we were back to 13 rather than reducing the project to 12 units. Unfortunately, the impact of losing the 2 homes in the northwest corner was just too great of a sacrifice financially for the project to be viable. So we went ahead and made that change. Another consideration taken during the design process was to reduce the impact of the development as much as practical for the immediate neighbors to the north and east. We did this by pushing the rear homes as far away from the property lines as possible in the rear setbacks of at least 21 feet. I believe that's on one lot. I believe that's lot 2 is the closest to any rear property line. And we've also located the secondary bedrooms in the rear of the house and pushed the masters towards the front, facing the internal street. Also, while the project does have smaller lots ranging from 3,050 to 7,500 in one case, in order to achieve the higher density allowed under the state bonus law, we think it's very appropriate for the site. The existing neighborhood has a good mix of different densities, including the attached townhomes on the property immediately to the south and the multifamily apartments at Oak and Iron to the southwest. Our project offers a transitional density from the larger traditional lots on the north to the multifamily lots on the south. In summary, I think the project was designed with careful consideration to the neighbors and in collaboration with city staff. The city of Walnut Creek needs for sale housing of all kinds, and we feel that the proposed project offers a thoughtful solution. With that, the design team are here to answer any questions you may have, and I want to thank you for your consideration, and we look forward to your feedback this evening.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant. Commissioner Gordy.
Are you trying to go for like really a traditional house look on these, or sort of a transitional traditional?
It's a little bit transitional. The Bay Area is a little bit more transitional in that it's got the hip roofs and it doesn't have the same materials. The farmhouse is a little bit more on the contemporary side of farmhouse. So they're still fresh and clean rather than a particular style from the past.
Is that for the reason for like no grids on the windows? It seemed kind of plain on the fronts.
Yeah, we were trying to go for a little bit of minimal and cleaner lines. Yes.
Okay. Okay. On plan, what is this? Plan one. Little things like you have like a shower window on the upper floor, a little horizontal window. You think you're still going to do it that way, or do you think you'll go for something more square that kind of matches the other windows?
Are you talking about in the front of the house?
Yeah, it's on the left. It's like around the corner. This is plan 2. Or I'm looking at plan 2. It's in plan 1. But you're gonna keep looking at the windows if we move this thing forward and some of those little details, right?
We certainly can. We'd entertain any comments you had on the windows.
Okay. And also on that one, on the farmhouse plan, you have like second-story stone that's sort of set back on the building. Seems kind of odd to have second-story stone set back, you know, it just isn't really the way stone would be used. Details like that. I mean, I'm asking specifics because, you know, it's time to ask questions. We only get 5 meetings, so got to be, you know. So, you know, second-story stone that's set back is kind of floating in space. Do you think that's a good design decision?
Are you talking about the second-story stone right there over the window, over the garage? Around
Nope. No, go to the other plan, the other elevation. I think you just had it, just went back. Go back again. That one, right there. See that? You got a roof, and you got garage, then you have wood, and then you have stone up in a gable.
Yeah, we have stone on the base over the garage.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense in that regard, but I can see where you're coming from for that. We can certainly consider changing that to siding or stucco. I kind of liked breaking up the dark colors in this particular case with this color scheme, but we can definitely look at reducing the stone there.
It's unfortunate we don't have a streetscape showing them all the way because it seems like it might be a little jumbly to have, you know, every other one with a lot of contrast and color. So I'm hoping at the next time if it comes back that we see that.
Okay.
Now on this particular one, the porch detail, is it just columns nailed together with paint? Or is there any detail to the columns and the porch work at all?
No, they're supposed to be 6x6 or 8x8 posts holding it up. I can't remember which, but it's a substantial size post and it's just clean. So the hardware would be hidden.
The note there says steel garage doors. Is it really going to be steel?
The ones that with the glass inserts are generally steel.
Really? I thought they were aluminum. Okay.
Yeah, they can go either way, but it would have the same look, even if they did use aluminum. It would be the darker color.
On Plan 2 elevation, you have stone on the front, and it kind of wraps down the side and goes about 18 inches and stops. You know, again, that's always the problem when you bring a material around a corner and stop it. And again, like in this elevation here on the bottom, you have a gable, and then you have the walls on the sides. It would have been nice if that gable section could have popped out a foot, but you only have 7 feet between buildings, so you can't do it.
Correct.
So do you think that look of 18 inches of stone coming back is going to be a good look? Or you're just not going to see it because it's only 7
feet? The good news is, the good news is with 7 feet between the buildings, it's very hard to see the side elevations on most of these plans.
Yep.
And I don't believe the garage sides are exposed on any of the corners. It's always the other side.
Mm-hmm. And I guess this is also the one here, you have a lot of vertical siding. Can you do vertical siding that long without kind of a seam in it? Are you going to get 20-foot sheets of plywood?
No, you're going to end up with a seam and a Z-bar flashing.
Okay, and do you think like on that rear elevation, it might be helpful to have some kind of horizontal line across, maybe?
Yeah, we haven't detailed the drawings. You're going to have some for joints around the floors anyway.
Okay.
So yeah, there will be a horizontal line in as needed.
Good. Is the site being raised up from existing much? Just like a foot or two?
We're in the process of revising the grading plan as we speak. And we're raising the site about 2.5 feet, I believe, in the front in lot 13. And I think that lot 13 is going to be the highest lot now. Because everything's draining back to the northeast corner.
So you're raising the front, to the northeast corner. Let's make sure I understand that. So you're raising up the front 2.5 feet from.
Yeah, all the water is going to drain back on the surface of the street back to the bioretention swale in the back.
So which one comes up 2.5 feet?
Lot 13.
Lot 13. Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other one across the street from it, also along the street, how much?
It's going to come up as well, but that side doesn't come up nearly as much as the side on the south side of the street.
And you're going to do that just by having earth kind of sloped up to the house?
Yeah, you're going to come in a little steeper off Walnut and then slope down slightly. I mean, that's 30 inches over the course of, what is that? Each lot is 50 feet.
Okay.
40. Yeah, so it's quite a distance, and it'll feel gentle. I don't think you'll even feel it.
Okay, last question. What's the genesis of the 3 little tiny windows on Plan 2 farmhouse left elevation? at the dining room. This is kind of an odd detail, didn't seem to match anything else anywhere. Bottom right.
That's an area upstairs. If you go to the floor plan real
No,
quick.
I'm not lower floor, the dining room downstairs. The elevate, keep
Oh,
going, right,
okay.
right there.
Yeah, if you switch to the first floor plan, Haley,
Yep,
for me.
yep.
So that's a stairway. So we were just
That's not.
flooding the stairwell with light.
That's a dining room.
No, downstairs,
No,
that's the entry.
Downstairs, dining room on the left, right there. Top left corner is 3 little windows shown next to the dining room on the lower floor. Lower floor, not the upper floor, lower floor.
Oh, okay.
Just wondering what the genesis of those little windows were. They were odd.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I was thinking you were thinking the front corner.
Nah.
So the rear elevation or that side elevation in the rear would just be to let some extra light in on the left side. Those don't need to be there.
I wouldn't get rid of them. It's nice light. I was just wondering if there was some reason for the genesis for the 3 little.
Well, eventually you would furnish it with a buffet that you might slide up underneath those windows. It's kind of more of a traditional look in some of the older craftsman houses you see with a piece of furniture that would sit underneath those windows.
Okay. Those are my only questions at the moment.
Okay.
Thank you. Commissioner Crowling.
I just have one question on the rear setbacks, lots 1 through 5. Are those all going to be at least 15 feet? Because it looks like you're just asking.
So the rear setbacks are actually decreasing slightly from this exhibit. We had to pull all the housing, the street up north a couple of feet in order to make room at the top of the bank on the drainage swale on the south side so that you could have access outside the privacy fence on the rear yards of those homes on 9 through 13. So the minimum distance from the corner, I believe, is still lot 2. And I want to say that that is now 21 feet in that corner. And all the rest of the dimensions are a little bit better than that as you work your way across from lot 2 to 5.
So it's 21 and better on those is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, that's
yes,
great.
that's where we've landed now. It doesn't reflect on this exhibit, but that's what we're in the process of revising.
Okay, that's great because you're butting up against the single family homes there. For
Correct.
The most part.
Yeah, we were really conscious of trying to pull ourselves as far away from the neighbors as we could.
Great,
And
thank you.
that's why we're using such a narrow street sample and a single sidewalk also.
Okay, thanks.
What was the reason for the different street widths? You started out with 25, and then you go to 22, and then there's a 20 in there, I believe. Why
We
wasn't it?
did have it the same width all the way through, and one of the staff's comments was to widen it out at the entry to the project by a couple of feet, and I think that it's 2 feet wider at the front, I believe.
Okay. I was kind of curious, you had some templates showing the cars, and it kind of proved that you really can't get in the garage right there in unit number 6. There's a 2-car garage there. And the way your template is, you need, on the maximum turning, 25 feet, so you can't do it.
Well, you would take advantage of the whole street there. And your 25 feet, you've got an apron there that is probably 5 feet at least. And you've also got rear car overhang over the planting across the street as well. So I do believe there's an adequate amount of room to back up in that position. You could come out of your garage in number 6 and actually turn the other way and back your car up into the dead end by the bioswale and then come out.
Okay. Do you need curbing? Is there a curbing required between the street and the landscape, for example, like around the corner of Unit 9?
Our civil engineer, Justin, is there, and let him address that question.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Justin Denalvo. I'm with Carlson Barton Gibson Civil Engineers. So just to be So your question regarding lot 9 is on the return if there's a curb?
Well, it's general throughout the project. I think, isn't it a requirement that there's a 6-inch curb between paving and landscape areas?
So correct. So we do have curb around the entire roadway. We actually have 2 different types of curb that are proposed. Along the frontage of the lots and the driveways, we have a beveled curb detail. And then at the returns and in the parking area and at the ends of the hammerhead, we have vertical curb.
Okay, so, and I know generally you don't show, you show setbacks and everything, but for example, in the landscape drawings and so forth, they're not showing the curbing, so it's even less planting areas than what's shown is where I'm driving at.
It should be the same landscape area that they have going up to the back of curb.
But if they don't show the curb, that's what I'm saying. For example, the radius around 9 going to the guest parking.
So that is the line that differentiates, I guess, if we're looking at the fire access plan on sheet TM8. That hatching, the gray hatching on the road extends to the back of curb.
All right,
so everything that's in white between the building on lot 9 up to the gray hatching, that's all landscape area.
So the 6-inch curb is in the gray area?
Correct.
Okay. As long as you're up there, the way you're doing your drainage for the rear yards, is the way I read it, you're swaling everything toward the front yard. So the water from the backyard is being directed through those narrow side yards? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So it's actually not through a swale. We will have an under drain system, 4-inch PVC pipe and inlets that'll collect that, and it'll bubble to the front or drain to the front and then go through a bubble up to get into the curb.
Okay, so that's what it is. I think I read somewhere, this may be not you, more landscaping, but on the bioswale, they were showing that deck with barbecue and a couple of seats. Is that still in or is that out?
It's more for the landscape, but I believe that is being reworked and changed.
It is. Yeah, we removed the deck and at staff's request, we removed the deck and the barbecue area, and it's just going to be a bioswale now.
Okay. Is there any, I'm jumping around, Justin, I think that's it on the, just so you're not jumping up back on the, for the civil. I didn't, at least I didn't have any more questions. Is there any code requirements, the width of the front doors? I think you probably have a standard, is that a standard 3-foot wide door?
Yes, sir.
Is there any reason, my concern is, or where I'm going with this, is that the side yards are so narrow, by the time you build your fence and everything, you basically have about a 3-foot side yard, which I don't know is gonna be adequate to get back there, to service the rear yard, bring furniture back or whatever. So my question is, you know, did you ever think about going to maybe a 3-6 front door and equal doors so that if you wanted to bring some patio furniture to the rear, at least you'd have access to the house, because I don't think you're going to be able to get it through your side yards.
We did not consider that, but that's a good point. We could definitely accommodate that in both locations, so we'll take that under consideration.
Okay. The landscape plan, I'm sorry, I'm jumping around here, shows, I think, 4 different style of fences, and I couldn't see where they were shown on L1. They just show a 6-foot horizontal wood fence, and I'm looking for the interior side yard fence, the wire fence, and the 3 rail fence. Can you show me where those occur?
I cannot. I don't know. Sorry, we don't have our landscape architect here tonight.
Okay.
I believe that we have a low fence in the back of units 9 through 13. And that's not I don't think we're using a 6-foot, that's a 42-inch view fence so that you can see over the top of it. I can't answer your question about where each style of fence is located, but I know that the height of the one behind lots 9 through 13 is only 42 inches, and I believe we're doing the same thing on the fencing behind lots 6 through 8 as well, so that they can view through over the creek. It'll make everything feel a little bit bigger than your yard.
Okay. Those 7 parking stalls, the 3 on the left, you have your typical back out, but again, on the right hand, you don't have that for that last parking stall. So I question,
That was also a plan check comment, and I think we've made a small adjustment in that as well.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct. Based on discussions with staff and comments that came back from staff, that last stall will be reserved as a turnaround space. So if you get to the end of that hammerhead, all the parking spaces are full. It'll actually be utilized to turn around.
Okay. I'm staying on L1. There's a note there on that creek. It says restorative habitat shrubs with boulders at earth and swale. Can you explain that? I mean, what type of work is being done, or what does that entail?
So we're currently reviewing some of the planting and any, kind of modifications to the creek as it stands today. Right now, we're looking at more of a total avoidance of the creek outside of the new storm drain outfall.
So it's more just kind of a cleanup then, and bringing in some.
Yeah.
Okay. And again, just from my previous comment on the other application, you have the community mailbox out on the street. It just doesn't seem in the right place where the people within the project can get to it. Was there any consideration of relocating that into more of a common area?
We can definitely take a look at that. I think that'll be part of a discussion with the postmaster, but we'll definitely pass that along to our landscape architect and make note of it.
And is there any reason you couldn't, with these being so tight and no really standard driveway aprons, that you couldn't splay out the driveway pads? Because I suspect under this configuration, the wheels are not going to be staying on the driveway and they're going to be cutting through the landscape.
We can definitely look at that as well, and kind of the treatments that happen in between the driveways.
All right, those are my questions. Thank you.
Great. Commissioner Villia?
I have a question, just one question, and that's for Don. Don, how high are the buildings?
So with the raising of lot 13, the buildings have now exceeded the height limit. So we're in the process of taking another look at the roof pitches and dropping some of the pitches to make sure that we're complying with the overall. Basically, we have a 25-foot height limit. If it's more than 3 and 12, we can jump it to 29 feet. So we're trying to get back under 29 to the existing grade per the ordinance. So that's actually something we're looking at currently. So so it's in process, and it's a 29-foot height limit, to answer your question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I had a couple of questions that I think are more landscape architect oriented, but I'll throw them out there in case anybody can answer. Where was it actually? Oh yeah. So in regards to the fencing, I was the most curious about the return between the back fence and the back of the building on lots 13 and 1, right? Because I'm curious as to what the fencing will see off of Walnut Boulevard. And then in addition to that one, so between the back fence and the return to lot 13, the back fence and the return to lot 1. I realize you guys cannot see where I'm pointing, but that's what I'm pointing to. I'd like to see that one. And then I'm also curious about the return between the back fence on lot 8, where it is at the front of the parking stalls. I just would be curious as to what the treatment of those are, because there's not a lot of space to plant them.
Yeah, so for lot 8, we hadn't thought about that. Normally, you'd want a 6-foot privacy fence in front of those parking stalls. So I'm imagining that we're gonna try to go 6 feet off lot 8's house, south, and then turning east, and then probably turning on that angle, and then dropping down to the 42-inch view fence as we come across.
Okay.
But we're open to doing anything that you guys would recommend. We're open to recommendations there.
Yeah.
On lot 13, we have the low fence coming across the rear. I think that's going to intersect I think that's going to be a low fence, probably returning back to lot 13 into the corner of the building. We don't want a side yard fence there because we'd rather see landscape all the way up to the building against the street. And we're doing the same thing on lot 1. We're coming back to the post in the patio for that, and probably going to have to figure out, that might have to jump out a few feet and then key back to lot 1, because we got a patio there and it's a post and there's an opening, and I just want to make sure that that looks correct and doesn't look funky.
Right. Okay. It sounds like you're thinking about those spots, though.
We have been, yeah. I purposely asked the landscape architect to come in tight to those units and come off the corners, because I wanted to see more landscape on Walnut.
Okay. And then I also wanted to ask a little bit about trash. So I'm imagining, because of the hammerhead, that the trash is coming into the drive to pick things up, correct? So then, since there's not really a side yard for storage, these are likely going in the garages?
Yes, they are in the floor plans. There's an area for 3 cans in each floor plan.
Okay,
in the
perfect.
garage.
Because I noticed the garages are a standard 2-car garage, so their width is not significant. And then the driveways are so narrow that I'm just recognizing the parking is
Right.
not going to
So-
have 2 Hummers or something in the garage.
No, it's a minimal garage. It's like 20 by 20, I believe. And and we've got room for 3 cans at the back of the garage so that they sit out of the minimum parking area, basically.
Okay. And are you able to speak at all to like the parking philosophy, right? Because I think that I actually love that it's a narrower road and that we're trying to tuck the guest parking back behind, so it's making the experience of the court a little more intimate.
Pedestrian friendly,
But I just
yeah.
want to hear the thought behind, because there's a lot of waivers about parking, and I want to make sure it's thought through.
Well, under the density bonus law, we just have to comply with the minimum parking required, which in this case I believe is 2 per unit, if I remember correctly, which means that we've got it covered just with the units themselves. There actually isn't a guest requirement at all. So we're providing some because we know there's going to be guests, and we know that people are going to need to, when they come and visit, park somewhere. And Walnut's a fairly large street, and they're not going to park out there. So what we're trying to do is provide at least a modicum amount of parking for guests. And you were dead on with the thought process of tucking them around the corner so that they were a little bit hidden from view and out of sight, and trying to make the street more friendly. I know the previous architect talked about on his project about creating an environment where people could play out in the street, and we kind of see this the same way. This is a very small subdivision with 13 lots, and you're going to know your neighbors, and you're going to know it's not going to be, that little street is not going to be somewhere where people are speeding back and forth, taking kids out. So you can imagine a lot of kids playing out in the street, tossing a ball, riding big wheels out in the street. It's going to get used that way. And I think that having the smaller, narrower street automatically just gives the driver a sense of, I got to slow down here because it's more narrow, and they're going to be careful. So that's kind of the design philosophy with the streets.
Okay. And then my final
Psychology.
question is, I feel like the character out on Walnut Boulevard is eclectic, right? And I don't know if the tree-lined street internally or on Walnut is necessarily what I would envision for there. Is there an opportunity to explore, I don't know, something a little more creative or more rural or more aligned with what we're seeing out there that's not quite as predictable?
I think that's a possibility, unless there's a city and I'm speaking because I'm not the landscape architect, but unless there's a city ordinance that says I have to have so many street trees along there, I'd be totally open to changing that to a different kind of landscape, maybe with some natural grasses or something like that.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions? Yes.
I have a couple follow-ups real quick. On Lot 8, it's just a giant yard on the other side of the parking. I mean, did you ever think about making that more public space instead of giving Lot 8 a giant yard? You know, if
Yeah,
I
we
was a kid, I'd
tossed-
want to play there at the creek, so.
Yeah, we tossed that back and forth. We actually, at one point, thought about moving Lot 8 up to where the parking spaces are further down and then aligning an open space kind of with the street as you come in.
Yeah.
But what that does is it drives those headlights into that open space, and it eliminated more guest parking, and there was no way to make it up. You know, I didn't want to drive in and put a couple of head-in parking spots into that slot, and then you'd come up on taillights as you came into the project rather than a house. I thought that was more attractive to actually put the porches as the view terminus at the end of the drive aisle.
Okay.
And so it left a section of land out there that is, you know, it adds value to Lot 8, but it certainly could be a public space as well. We just chose to make it a bigger Lot 8 because it does add value to that house.
Seems to me if you lost that barbecue area and stuff, if I was a kid, that's where I'd want to play, where the creek comes around and, you know, jump around. So I would consider making that something more public if you can. I realize access to it and driveways and walkways could be a problem, but I would explore that for sure. Did I hear you say you're going to lose one of the guest parking spaces in order to make it a backup space or something, or that you were going to go from 7 to 6?
Justin, can you speak to that?
Yeah, that's correct.
I noticed one of the neighbors had written a letter about the amount of parking available for guests. It seems there's no way you can push that in some way and like move the bioswale in lots 6, 7, and 8 north a little bit and get 4 spaces on each side, actually get 8 spaces in there and a little backup for people? I mean, you don't think you have the room to do that?
You know, we really are trying not to push the bioretention area any farther in the direction towards the existing homes. But we can absolutely work with staff and see what we can come up with to maybe find a solution to maybe gain that back.
It seemed like a you know, good question from the neighbors because there's not a lot of street parking.
Mhm.
And the other question is just, could you, you know, add a couple of parallel parking spaces, you know, between like along the side of Lot 5? You know, I realize people out of 6 might back into it, but, you know, people are going to park where they can. I mean, you could probably get 2 more spaces in there if it becomes an issue with the neighbors to get more parking. Again, I don't want to just keep adding more parking, but I also have lived in places where you got to go find parking, like today over here.
Completely understand, and I think we can take a look at that.
Okay, good. And then for staff, is this technically a rezone or a PUD?
What was the second part? Or
Is it a PUD or is it a rezone?
it's neither. They're maintaining with density bonus waiver requests. They're meeting the intent and zoning of the R10.
This is still going to be an R10. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Yes, Commissioner Carling.
Thank you. Just two, on one of the pages, you've got, it looks like 3 different color palettes per house style. Is there a designated alternation? So there'll be variation in the colors?
There will be variations. I don't believe we've designated which house gets which scheme. We've showed a rendering, but I don't think that we, on the little rendering that we did provide, I don't think that we actually detailed out where each house was there either. But those are the 3 schemes. So each style will have 3 schemes, so the repeat factor will be held to a minimum.
Got it. And then, because you're going to have the private street, are you going to have CC&Rs to control parking on that street?
Yeah, there'll be an HOA here and there will be CC&Rs.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Thank you. So, and that, on lots 1 and 13, do they have the same elevations as the rest of the corresponding Bay Area or farm?
So the one thing we did add on lots 1 and 13, whenever we have an end condition, we have a little bit of an extra bay window pop on that elevation. But otherwise, they are the same as the other
But
buildings.
doesn't Walnut Boulevard actually I think it should be different. I mean, it's Walnut Boulevard. It's not a side elevation like if you had 3 feet side yard like the other houses. I mean, could be more open, it could be different, it could be, I don't know, a different expression. I mean, saying, I'm here, I'm the entrance, and then you guys are just the ones that are sharing the narrow spaces.
Could you show the entry rendering that was in the package? I think it's your first slide.
Thank you.
There you go. I guess we cut it off. You can kind of see on the left side, there's a little bay window. It's hard to see through the tree.
Yeah, it looks like a side yard.
Well, it is a
doesn't look like a main
side
entrance.
yard, except I didn't want to show the fence projecting.
It doesn't look like a main entrance to this place. I mean, you have the opportunity here with those 2 units to make an entrance, and they just repeat the same thing that's going on with the other units, as if they had the same space constraints. They don't.
Are you just looking for like a corner element that would make an entry statement in those two
Not even a
locations?
corner. I would rethink that unit. I mean, it's facing Walnut Boulevard.
Well, it's not.
It's the entrance.
The front doors are facing internal. Would you rather see the front doors face Walnut?
Not necessarily, but I mean,
Okay.
something that's not a repetition of conditions that are adverse, like you have very small side yards, so you have very blank elevations. This is an opportunity to give it a different expression.
Okay. All right. We'll consider something there.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
One last question. On the upper levels, since the buildings are only proposed to be 7 feet apart from each other, are they designed so that, like every other type of building, you're not going to have bedrooms, windows looking into other people's bedrooms, windows 7 feet away? You don't have a lot of bedrooms on a second floor, but there are bedrooms. on the second
Right.
floor.
The bedrooms that are on the second floor, actually, those windows are, the secondary bedrooms, the windows face the rear,
Not
which
all.
and in both cases, and the master bedrooms face the front.
The plan 2 that faces side, the bedroom 2 faces the side, and I'm just concerned.
Yeah, there might be a side window in a corner.
Okay. But if you alternate the units, is there an opportunity that they're not going to be looking into their neighbors' windows?
Well, I'm kind of trapped because by ordinance, I have to provide a different plan. I can't put 2 the same plan next to each other.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
And I can't put 2 of the same elevation styles next to each other. So I'm a little bit trapped with what I can do and how tight these things are on the lots. But let me find that second floor plan.
Not sure the other one has.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about. The other thing we could do is we could offer a frosted glass on those side yards, on those side yard windows on the
Well, it looks
bedrooms.
like Plan 1 doesn't have upper story bedrooms looking into the 7-foot side, so I don't think you're going to have an issue. I just looked at it. Plan 2 does, Plan 1 does not. So maybe you're okay.
Okay.
Just be aware of it if it comes back.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions of the applicant? Great, so at this time, we'll open it up for public comment. I realize you guys have been here for a while, so we'll do our best to try to keep it to our 3 minutes. If you guys can help us to respect that as best as possible, so we can get you all up here. And if you haven't filled out a speaker card, please do so. They're in the back near the door, and bring it up with you when you present, and introduce yourself before you speak. Thank you.
My name is Margaret Sullivan. I live at 2661 Walnut Boulevard. I protest the proposed project at 2670 and 2680 Walnut. My personal concern is for my health and safety. Since GPS was invented, I have been subjected to 4 hours, 3 to 7 p.m. each weekday, of cars stopped in front of my house, idling their motors because of shortcuts to get to Ignacio Valley Road. I cannot make a left turn on Walnut, but have to go over to Broadway and continue from there. Your proposed 7 3-bedroom units and 6 4-bedroom units on this parcel will mean a total of 32 to 45 cars. Houses this size will not be occupied by childless singles. Too many cars for the safety of our neighborhood and all the children walking to the middle school. I am also concerned about your wishing to violate the heritage tree ordinance as well as the uncompleted CEQA, California Environmental Quality Report. What's the hurry? 2 so-called affordable houses will not ameliorate California's housing problems. These houses cannot be aesthetically pleasing with a 3-foot space between them. A more appropriate name would be the Rabbit Hutch. Our neighborhood has always been quiet, peaceful, and family-oriented. We do not want more dangerous traffic, possible flooding, dead oak trees, parking problems for our residents, and more danger to pedestrians and loss of property values. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Claudia Hess. I live at 2696 Walnut Boulevard. The townhomes facing the southern part of that new proposed, I guess, Rabbit Hutch, maybe. Just a quick thing that I want to have explained to me. What is a bioretention site? What is that?
It's where they're retaining the water that runs off of the site before it moves into the storm drain system.
Okay. So I'm very kind of amazed that they're calling that the Homestead Creek, because it is just sort of this weird ditch. I look out onto the vacant lot now and I notice there's a ton of wildlife that uses it. And I'm wondering what's going to happen to all that wildlife once the bulldozers come and, where are they going to go? And then the curve is a really blind curve. It's extremely dangerous. There's that storm drain there. I don't know how the heck they're going to plant a tree with that weird angled storm drain there. And I just see getting in and out of there to be really problematic, and don't even think about it 3 to 5 weekdays. Again, I'd like to say that two lower income housing is not going to solve the problem. Living in a townhome where I know how much our parking is needed, because there is no parking on Walnut Boulevard. And getting out of our driveway there, it slopes down and you can barely see out. So you can't even have a car parked anywhere near there, otherwise you just can't see out. So the vegetation would have to really be planted, keeping in mind that we're trying to get out of that driveway. I forgot where I was going to go with this, but, the parking. Not only because we're an HOA, we've got construction vehicles in there. We had to get our places painted, so that now we have painters there. We have construction people. So it's not just the guests. It's going to be construction and those kind of things. And absolutely, you're going to need the parking for those, because especially if you at all are handicapped, you need to have parking nearby. You can't be traipsing across Walnut Boulevard or anything to find parking. And I oppose it. I think it's too dense. I think they can do a better job of putting a little less in and still getting units in there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I live at 11 Jerome Court, and it's right next to Unit 123. And I think 2 stories are too high. And that's all I can say, except my mother died last year, and she told me, never give up, don't ever quit, and don't stop trying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you for staying up so late for this. My name's Janet Miller. I live at 55 Jerome Court, which is adjacent to 2670 Walnut Boulevard. My family and I have lived in our home on this quiet private court for 19 years. And hope to live there for another 50 years. I apologize in advance, I get emotional, but this proposed plan makes me angry and it breaks my heart. I love living in Walnut Creek. It's an amazing town that has everything we wanted to raise our 3 sons. It's also the ideal place to spend our retirement years. Chapter 2 of the city's general plan states residents are proud of the city's high quality of life. But as that song says, I have it in my brain all the time now, that they paved paradise and put up a parking lot. Our city's general plan states the goal to protect and enhance the distinctive characteristics of each neighborhood. This plan as proposed is not appropriate for our neighborhood. I ask, how does this plan protect and enhance our community? I ask for the design committee to do an in-depth review before you recommend it to the planning commission. This design is for 13 two-story houses. It's an eyesore to cram in houses that are 3 feet away from each other on that second story. These driveways are not big enough for cars to park, and there's no street parking. And there are only 6 overflow spots. There's no parking on Walnut Boulevard, and the developer's asking for a waiver on the street width, a waiver that would not be necessary if there were less homes on the lot. Proper street size allows for proper parking, but more importantly, for proper safety. Since when do we compromise fire safety and access in favor of appeasing developers? Health and safety are paramount in every city plan, regulation, rule, and promotion. The standards in place are all objective measures, and this developer is asking to waive them. 13 single-family homes, 13 families, 26 or more cars, all on 1.5 acres. How's this safe? And how are these houses, if you can really call them houses, with all the waivers allowing them to be crammed together, enhancing this neighborhood? Furthermore, the plan ignores the city arborist report that the protected valley oaks should not be cut. How is it aesthetically pleasing to cut 31 trees, including the most beautiful tree, number 88? And this tree elimination is not necessary if the proposed development stays within the current zoning regulations. I understand the growth of California's population has caused a housing concern, but Walnut Creek is not required to, nor can it solve this issue on its own. No law requires us to do so. The developers are profiting by the new law allowing cities to rezone residential properties and increase density. Walnut Creek has already done more than enough building with the condos and apartments in the downtown area. Now the developers are moving on to our neighborhoods. Again, build responsible. Do not overbuild. Do not compromise health and safety, and do not sell out. And do not be fooled that this is for one moment about low-income housing, because it's not. What will be the threshold for the low-income designated houses? Will they be those who are considered extremely low income, or will they be those who are at the high end of low income? And why not designate 2 of 9 houses? Why do you need 13 in order to designate 2? I beg you not to let any sneaky developers manipulate our city or overbuild. If this owner and developer are truly so concerned with the housing crisis, then they should overbuild in their own towns. The developer owns a similar property in his town of Danville, and he chose to build 2 houses on that property. The owner of the property lives in Reno, Nevada, and has no concern with the effects of this development on our neighborhood. All they see is dollar signs and are celebrating all the way to the bank. Our zoning allows for smaller development, and with all the proper precautions and analysts, that is the development that should be considered. Am I doing on time? What the residents who live here see is the negative effects on our schools, community service, quality of life, health and safety, traffic patterns, environment, property values, and more. The developer seeks waivers, overbuilds, profits, and leaves. And I don't have to tell you about the traffic issues on Walnut Boulevard, and adding all the cars, plus the trades that will service the homes, the pedestrians who travel on Walnut Boulevard. The developer has proposed no contribution to addressing that problem or mitigating the damages, none. The developer wants a street too small to accommodate emergency service vehicles and the residents who live there.
Okay, we've reached our 3-minute time
Okay,
limit.
so please support the over 650 residents who signed the petition submitted to you and the thousands who didn't get a chance because they didn't even know that it was being proposed. And don't change objective standards that you are not required to change. And also, I think it's ironic that Walnut Creek prides itself on its space and quality of life, and its logo is a tree, and yet this project does nothing but propose to pave this paradise. Our town deserves better, and there is another way. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you mind putting the slide back? Sure. The one that kind of shows the biozones, I think it's a color rendition. Yeah. This is way. Keep it 3 minutes. Okay. Hi, I'm Dennis Miller. I live at 55 Jerome Court. I'm asking you to categorically deny all these requested waivers to the city zoning. I'd like to raise 3 large concerns. We got the slide with the bio. Okay, so the northeast section is where the bio retention area is. And I want to point out kind of the size of the lot there, 1.5 acres. Currently, all the water lands throughout and absorbs within that lot. And also the culvert around the ends is how the water is diverted. With the bio retention zone, it will be funneled all to that tiny northeast corner into, basically, let's see what we're calling it. Let's see. So let's see. So okay, so the water currently is falling all over the lot and absorbing. However, once you build all these structures, the water lands on the roofs, on the asphalt sidewalks, and routes to the small spillway, which is basically this bioretention zone. And then it exits an 18-inch overflow pipe, which will then essentially be like a fire hose shooting into this culvert, this sort of a dirt ditch. And so this concentrated water flow will increase the chance of flooding for homes within Jerome Court and at least 2 on Cara Court. The increased water could affect the integrity of the Jerome Court Bridge and exceed the drain capacity of the water pipes going under Cara Court. The bioretention area will permeate a great deal of water into the soil at the base of oak trees 72 and 73, which the Walnut Creek arborist labels highly protected. We request an environmental impact study to see that this will not cause tree or root failure. My second concern relates to the highly protected oak trees, number 72 and 73. To give you a sense, 72 is a 5-foot diameter tree. It is massive. Without notice or without a permit, the developer chopped off a dozen branches of these trees, which face the subdivision. This now makes the tree a lot heavier on the side facing my home. Add to that an increased chance that drainage will harm the tree's root system, and I have a hazard now that the tree could fall on my home. I ask that under close supervision of a licensed arborist that the developer pay to carefully balance the weight of the tree now. My next concern relates to how construction will drive away the pests from this very large lot, and I request that the developer pay any pest control costs for all the neighboring homes. So I thank the committee for delaying any decision, that we don't rush right away without all these other reports we've mentioned, that you have to review that to have all the necessary facts in order to make a decision. And ultimately, my hope is that you'll deny the excessive amount of waivers to the existing zoning which support our general plan. Thank you for your time, and I hope you get a lot of rest tonight.
Thank you. My name is Donna Davis. I live at 1900 White Cliff Court. I'm here to say that the materials posted sort of leave me with more questions than answers. And so I'm wondering why we would grant any waivers to our clear and objective standards. I think that the issue of housing can be addressed by approving a project to build housing within those standards. I am curious about the details for the storm drain system. Where and what are the easements? what does minor changes to the creek mean? Everyone's saying there's no changes to the creek, but it says in the documents that there are minor changes suggested. Tonight, I've heard a lot from the applicant and even from staff saying that, well, this is pending getting some more information and we need this and we need that. And, oh yeah, well, the plans don't necessarily show this or that. So I'm asking, why do we need to rush into this without all of the information? So where is all of the information? I think that there's scant details on the public improvements proposed on Walnut Boulevard. In fact, I don't even see that the developer is offering to make any real improvements or address any of the consequences of building the proposed development. Residents are required to make more concessions when they remodel their homes or yards than this commercial enterprise is being asked to contribute to our community. What is the plan to address the city's arborist report? We've talked about that tonight. Where is the information on disability access throughout the project? Who's maintaining the bioretention basin? What about the details of the traffic study? Has the fire marshal truly weighed in? I mean, fire. It has to be top of mind, I would imagine, for all of us. The road seems tiny and the driveways don't hold the cars. How does a garbage truck, we talked about that a little bit, go around? And, can utility trucks make it in and out? And I'm sorry, but the cars that everyone is driving, and especially in houses that are meant to be sold to, we were describing all the playing that was going to go on the street, which, hello, there's not enough room for the kids to play ball and throw anything without breaking a window. But what cars are people driving? Because they're not all driving Mini Coopers. So that we should really think about the size of the vehicles. We know that that exists as a problem in general. Do we know the impact on the existing sewer system? Should we? Why do we need to build extra houses to get the low-income housing? I think someone mentioned that. Why not build the allowable number and add in some affordable housing? It's important. Society owes it to one another to do so. But we can build a proper-sized street for all of the housing, including the low-income housing. Again, when do CEQA documents factor in? Shouldn't those be disclosed before we move forward? And maybe we can all move forward together. Someone earlier this evening talked about the importance of community working together. I don't know that that's happened in this project. Where is the EIR? What about the lots that are below the creek bank elevation? Do we have flood concerns? What's the plan for mitigation measures and accountability for any issues that arise during and after construction? I believe that the developer and their consultants haven't given the community and or this body enough information to make a recommendation to anybody. Unless, of course, that recommendation is, no, we don't want to go for it. I would respectfully request that we hold off, get some more information. I obviously don't purport to be an expert on the subject, and I am not one. I simply don't see any evidence of a compelling interest to deviate from the objective standards that allow for housing to be proposed, get our hands around the law, what the law means, what it mandates, what it does not mandate, and I would love to hear from the city attorney on all of that. And make sure that, again, we answer the questions that are out there. So I have 27 seconds. I didn't think I'd have that much. So I yield that to everyone so that we can continue this dialogue. And thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the chambers would like to speak? Okay, last I knew we had 5 participants on our Zoom.
Yes, we have 5. Shall I introduce the first one?
Please do, yes.
Jane West.
Okay, thank you for allowing me to talk from my home. I'm very intrigued that I only get 3 minutes to talk about this very important project. Yet Haley was able to talk for 30 minutes and Don Ricci was able to talk for 35 minutes. So I don't know, that sort of really bugs me since I've been paying taxes since 1988 and I only get 3 minutes about an issue that upsets me greatly for many, many reasons. In the last 5 years, I live at 1078 West Holly Drive. I've been living there since 1988. In the last 5 years, there have been 6 to 7 high-density developments within 7-minute walk of my home. And that has impacted the traffic, the air quality, the congestion, the noise, the irritation, and now you want to do another one. What are you thinking? you talk about, I get the nutshell, and there's all these great plans, and you want the community to get involved, and you say participate, and make us hear what you want to happen in Walnut Creek, and we say all these things, and yet all these high density developments continue. Are you listening? Are you hearing us? What do we have to say so that we make it more clear? These high density developments affect my quality of life in terms of traffic, pollution, noise, congestion, people, bicycles, irritation. Haley and Don, go to Lafayette, go to Orinda, go to Danville, go to another community that hasn't had so much high density development as we have. You're cutting trees. I can't believe you really want to cut 31 trees. If I haven't heard anything else about pollution and climate change, it's about trees. Trees do everything about climate change. They absorb all the carbon dioxide, they make the environment healthy, and you want to cut 31 healthy trees. Let me say that again. You want to decimate 31 healthy trees. You had a 15-page report that had 6 pages that listed all the trees, and they all were listed at fair to good condition. And you want to eliminate 31 of these. That is criminal. That's absolutely criminal. That really, of all the things you've said tonight, that upsets me the most. I don't know how do you go to sleep at night? What is your...
Jane, we've reached your 3-minute limit.
I know. Okay. Well, I'll just send it in email. I've just gotten started. But I had to say that because it's so important to me.
Thank you.
Carol Evans.
Unmute. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. So my name is Carol Evans. I live at 99 Jerome Court. My parents bought this house in 1966. And I did send some written comments, although I have to say that my neighbors and others have really said much of what I had planned to say. I agree with everything that has been said. But I'd like to say that one of the things that I read when I looked at the Design Review Commission website or webpage is recommending to developers that they reach out to the surrounding community and neighbors. And the people who want to put this development, on Walnut Boulevard have never done that. And one of the things that's reflected in that is this whole thing about, this area on the plan to collect runoff. And, one of the things that, 3 things that concern me at this point, design is important to me. I don't like what is being proposed. The density to me is absurd. The fact that there's no room for the garages might not even be big enough for the size of the SUVs that people have. But I want to focus on several things. One is, I think it's premature to even have this meeting because the secret review has not been completed. The planning department itself was concerned enough that they have requested a hydrology and hydraulic analysis. In other words, they don't think it's an afterthought, the drainage and the flooding potential, and that's not available yet. So it seems premature to talk about paint and trims when these more fundamental issues are not being addressed in an area that has had a history of flooding and drainage issues. The other thing is that the property itself has a large surface that has been an absorption zone for runoff and water. And basically they're going to be, they might as well put asphalt over the whole surface because they're covering everything with room for a few little shrubs. So that's going to increase the runoff. And so the fact that that in their plan, it's sort of an afterthought, we're not going to make many changes, is an absurdity on its face. And that includes the trees, which also provide, an absorption for runoff, and in many other ways are extremely important. And I don't think there's a justification. Even the arborist really doesn't recommend that all the trees necessary for this current plan to be developed should be cut down. And I also want to mention parking. The adjacent streets, Jerome Court, Kara Court, and on the other side, the condo complex. That's all. These are private streets. Any parking overload for this proposed development, they cannot park there. And finally, I want to mention the traffic. There are many other issues, but I just want to mention that 13 densely packed houses, 2 car garages, plus now what was 7, now it's 6 additional parking spaces. This would increase traffic, decrease safety on Walnut Boulevard. It's already too hard to walk across Walnut Boulevard, to go for a walk. It's hard to turn left on Walnut Boulevard from Jerome Court. And moreover, there's a blind curve that is right in front of this proposed development. And this will make it even more dangerous and more congested to access Walnut Boulevard from Jerome Court, either on foot or by vehicle. And my last remark is, at certain times of the day, particularly in the afternoon, in order to turn I need to go left on Walnut to get downtown. I have to turn right, immediately turn left on Greenway, and then do a U-turn, and then turn right, and then get to Sierra.
Okay, thank you, Carol. Sorry, your time is allotted.
We have Neil. Neil?
Oh, sorry about that. I was unmuting myself. Hi, I'm Neil Hitchcock. I'm a resident of Walnut Creek. I live on Norland Drive. One of my primary concerns is associated with the location of this new street that currently doesn't exist, and where it's being proposed along Walnut Boulevard. Walnut Boulevard is a heavily used street with cars often going faster than the speed limit. And I think that the location at this curve, which a lot of people have mentioned, poses a safety concern. I think there's also a safety concern with respect to how it aligns with Norland Drive, because this new street is not aligned with Norland Drive. It's also not far from Norland Drive. It's just offset by a little bit. And so I see situations where when folks are trying to go north simultaneously onto Walnut Boulevard, or trying to go south onto Walnut Boulevard, there's going to be the potential for cars to not see each other given that close proximity to these streets, but them not being aligned. I know that the staff indicated that city engineering had looked into that, but I'd ask if you could please look at that again, because it seems like a significant safety issue. There's also the concern, which is a general concern for the neighborhood, of with these additional homes here, there's no crosswalks anywhere near Walnut Boulevard. And so adding a significant increase in the pedestrians walking in this area and having to cross the street where there's no crosswalks poses an increased risk to an already problematic situation along Walnut Boulevard. And then I guess I'm also concerned, like I live a few houses from this proposed development, and I only found out about it from walking by a signpost where in very small print wrapped around a street pole, I happened to stop and notice and read what it said. And that's how I found out about this. I didn't receive a mailer despite living very close to the property. I'm certain that a lot of my neighbors aren't aware of this, and I'm guessing that a lot of them will have even greater concerns than I do. So just asking that you please take all of this into consideration. Thanks.
Thank you.
have, I don't see Neil up there anymore. Jeffrey Boyer? Oh, he is out. Deirdre Castillo.
Yes, I am here. So my name is Deirdre Castillo. I live at 2670 Walnut Boulevard. I rent this house where the development is planned. I also sublet 2 rooms. So it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath, and I sublet 2 rooms. So to give you some background about me, I am a licensed civil engineer. I work for the city of Pleasant Hill, and I do CIP projects, and I have also recently been doing development review, so I'm not unknown in everything that you guys are doing. So first off, I want to thank the city staff, in particular Haley Crawford, for giving a great presentation, and also the particular council member that also raised a bunch of tough questions for the developer. I thought this council member did a really great job. My biggest problem with this project is really that my son is going to Los Lomas High School, and soon I'm going to get an eviction notice that says I have to move, and I want to make sure that he gets through high school before I have to move. Other than that, the property owners, who, by the way, it's a family property. It's a family of property owners, and at least half of them, it's like a father-son thing, and they live in Reno and also in Pleasant Hill. And they grew up in this home. So let's not say that they're out of town developers. They're really not. It's like a family home. I think in general, I'm in favor of this property. I think that there are a lot of really great things about it. I grew up in Walnut Creek, and you know, my family, we were never really as fortunate as other families. We kind of bounced around a lot between a lot of the lower income areas within Walnut Creek, San Miguel, that, you know, some places that don't exist, Holcomb Court, which apparently is going to get redeveloped. This is just like one more. And once this place is redeveloped, even though that there's low income housing there, I'm not going to be able to afford it. I'm not going to qualify for low income housing. I'm a licensed engineer. But I'm not, at the same time, I'm not going to be able to live in the townhomes that are going to be built. And if I did live in them, then everyone in the area would object, because I'd be subleasing a whole bunch of the homes, and now you have, you know, cars everywhere. So I think the style of the homes that are proposed are very good. They are similar to other developments in the area, such as on San Miguel and Sierra Drive. The traffic and the sight distance. So in my driveway, well, we have 4 drivers. The next door neighbor, which is also part of the development, I want to say that they have 3 drivers right now. I've been able to get out of my driveway. I've been able to back out of it, but I have a bright red truck, so that helps out a lot.
Thank you, Deirdre. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is a number 416323. If you could give us your name, please. our the attendee here who has 416, what is it? No, I didn't.
I think we're having technical difficulties.
416323 is your handle on Zoom. You're up.
I don't know if I'm 416 or not, but this is Don Henderson on Greenway Drive, and I could possibly be 416. I don't know. I just raised my hand. So I think there's been a lot of good points made tonight, and I think traffic is really paramount. It's just, for me, it's just so hard to imagine to keep building when the traffic just keeps getting worse. I live on Greenway Drive, and it's not easy getting in or out of it. Sometimes I drive on the wrong side of the road to sneak into the far end of Greenway Drive to get in. And I have company doing that. But that's, everyone is singing that chorus. One thing I'm curious about is it appears that these new homes would be slabs. Is that right? They're built on a slab?
I'm not sure in this moment, but you can continue your comment. We would assume.
Well, it looked like it from the drawings, and if there was a problem with that, you want to call it a drainage ditch or a creek, that your house is going to flood much more readily if you're on a slab. And so that's just one point. And I'm also really curious how that whole thing will work out engineer-wise, because people make good points, like if you start putting asphalt and you're draining all the water off the roof into this one creek or drainage ditch, it really adds to it a lot. And so I'm just kind of questioning if that's been really planned out. And it seems that I'm with other people that this project seems to have been fast-tracked a bit. And I'm thinking that maybe it should be, slow down a bit and get more input from the community, like you're doing tonight. Since some people have just heard about it. We just heard about it yesterday, and so anyway, that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We have Michael Spohn.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Michael Spohn. I live at 120 Jerome Court. I've lived here for 30 years, and my property backs the east side of the proposed project. But first and foremost, I would like to thank my fellow neighbors that have spoke this evening. I'm in full agreement with what they have had to offer. I submitted comments and concerns today via email, and I have the following comments and concerns. One, I have a solar system on my roof. I'm concerned about the diminish of the solar production, residential privacy, drainage, as most people have spoke of, tree removal, which I identified 4 additional trees that weren't even on the report today. That's in my notes that I sent. And traffic, as everyone else has been concerned about. I would appreciate a review and response of my submission. And I have multiple questions in there, so I would like to have a little feedback for my time and effort. It would be very appreciated. That's really all I have to offer. I thank you.
Thank you.
And we have one more speaker, Jeffrey Boyer.
Unmute. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank God. I'm so horrible at all this Zoom stuff. Anyway, hi, my name's Jeff Boyer. I live at 98 Greenway Drive. My parents built this house in 1952, and I've been here since 1956. Thank you to all the neighbors who were eloquent. I'm not going to go on a lot of those points in the interest of brevity. I would just make two comments. One is just kind of an aesthetic one. And as I grew up in this area, all the houses were, especially like on Greenway Drive, are custom built, single level houses and such. And I look at this in this plan, and there are these 2-story monstrosities, and they just seem so out of place for the Walnut Creek that I grew up knowing. But anyway, that's kind of just an
Uh-oh. Jeff, we can't hear you anymore if you accidentally muted or left.
Where'd he go?
And that was our final participant.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. His mic is on.
Okay.
Jeff, did we lose you?
Should I give the call-in number? So we have a phone number as well. But that didn't seem to serve.
Okay,
Oh, we hear
yeah,
you. Jeff,
okay.
we hear you.
I'm going to make this really brief. It's really late, but the traffic is horrible. Getting out of Greenway Drive during commute time, I have actually sat there for as much as a half an hour until some kind-hearted, tired commuter has let me into Walnut Boulevard. Also, it would help if the Walnut Creek Police Department, whatever, police that no right turn on Ignacio bit, because every signal, there's 2 or 3 cars make an illegal right turn there when they shouldn't. But that's my biggest concern is I think the traffic now is horrible, and I don't see this improving it at all. Anyway, y'all have a good night. Thanks for staying so late. I'm glad I was at home where I could have a cocktail through all of this.
That's just mean. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so at this time, I'll close public comment, bring it back to our commission, although I did,
There might be one more speaker.
okay.
Looking for his correspondence, I can't find it.
I don't see M. Gregson. Okay, we have one more speaker.
Okay.
M. Gregson?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
you can.
Okay, I'll make this quick. I've been listening the whole time and I wasn't going to comment, but my neighbor across the street, Neil, called in. I live at 41 Norland Drive. I've lived there for 20 years and love the neighborhood. I'm generally in support of the development, and I think it will be great to have more neighbors and maybe a little bit more diversity to our neighborhood. But I do strongly agree with Neil's comments about the traffic and the fact that Norland Drive may not quite line up with where this new street is going to be. And so I'd really like to see someone propose a study on the traffic and maybe have like a 4-way stop sign and maybe at least additional crosswalks. I have 2 dogs and I walk my dogs several times a day. There's lots of walkers in the area. And with the additional traffic that this development will have, I think we definitely need to have some better enforcement on Walnut Boulevard, both the speeding cars and then again, maybe an additional stop sign so that like people can get in and out of the side streets like Norland Drive, Greenway, et cetera. And that's all I'd like to say. Thank you very much. And thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. Okay, any others?
That is it.
Okay, now I'll close public comment. I wonder if, does anyone else on the commission feel like we want to bring our civil engineer back up just to talk about drainage patterns, impact on the creek, and flood mitigation, because that came up several times.
Yes.
Would you be willing to do that?
Should we bring in our Kathleen, our engineer?
If it's helpful, yeah.
Also, really quickly, I can't find Neil, is it Neil Spone? I can't find his correspondence.
Michael Spone. Yeah.
Yeah, I can confirm. I have not received an email from a Michael Splone, so if he's still listening, maybe try resending that email.
And I brought in Kathleen Turntey from our city's engineering department.
Thank you. Yeah, so if you wouldn't mind speaking to the notes I took, I don't know if you guys have others. It was drainage patterns and impacts on the creek, minor improvements for the creek, what does that mean, and flood mitigation, so we're not worried about the neighbors.
Okay, well, I'll try and start in order, and then I might have to have you remind me on the end here. It's getting late. So I think, obviously, when we develop the site, we're changing some of the hydrologic characteristics of the site. Going from a site that is got a little bit more pervious area, so rainwater coming down tends to infiltrate a little bit more till that soil gets saturated, and then that's when you're going to generate your runoff. So when we develop and we put down, the pavement, the house roofs and everything else, that runoff is getting down to that downstream point much quicker. So part of the implementation of the bioretention area is to help, one, just treat that water, but it doesn't really necessarily mitigate the flow. And so what we are going to have to do, and Walnut Creek has an ordinance that requires it, is mitigating pre-project flow or post-project flows to pre-project levels up to a 10-year storm event. We're currently in discussions with staff and the hydrology around this site, not so much downstream and in our particular, section of the creek, but upstream is very complicated and there's flooding issues that occur there. So we're kind of refining the model of what we need to study to get everybody comfortable with what the flooding impacts are currently and how our project potentially impacts those. So we'll be doing it through two ways. One is we're going to obviously be detaining flows on site under the bioretention area with buried pipes. We'll store that kind of runoff up to the 10-year event, and then we'll be mitigating that out through an orifice plate that's attached to the outfall so that those flows coming out of the pipe into the creek are basically at pre-project flow levels up to that 10-year event. When we get into a larger storm in 100-year, that's kind of going to get dictated by the results of the hydrologic model and how much impact we ultimately have on the flooding characteristics of the area. If we, have whatever that threshold becomes, we'll likely have to mitigate for. But we just don't know that answer yet because we're still working with city staff and their consultant to determine the appropriate parameters of that study.
Okay. Do you guys have further questions?
I have a question for Kathleen.
Okay.
Is it possible to do pervious pavers in a road like this, or does it have to be asphalt because the fire department will only allow an all-weather surface? Because a lot of this drainage is coming from the road.
Usually the pervious pavements are recommended more so for the parking areas rather than the drive aisles. It's not a question of the fire department not approving them, it's just in terms of usability and wear, the traditional asphalt wears better than the pervious pavers. But within the parking stalls, yeah, we recommend and see those quite often.
It seems like an area maybe with some mitigation on the drainage, I don't know, just throwing it out there.
And do we know yet what the minor improvements of the creek might be?
Yeah, so the minor improvements of the creek consist of the storm drain outfall that we're constructing. And then we've also looked at some vegetation and, some landscaping of that area. But we're working with our biologists and the permitting agencies, Army Corps, Fish and Wildlife, and so forth, as to, what we can do without getting into heavy permitting outside of our outfall. And I think the other component of that is just, the aesthetics and then how much of that will actually change the hydrologic characteristics of the creek, right? We don't want to decrease the capacity of what it's capable of conveying in its current form.
Okay.
And also one of the questions that one of the people on Zoom had was about slabs versus raised floor. I'm assuming these are on slabs.
These will be on slab foundations.
And I'm assuming that's probably better for drainage than having a raised floor?
It definitely decreases the possibility of having drainage going underneath the house and undermining the foundation, yeah.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, thank you. All right,
Real
then-
quick one for staff, though.
Okay,
Some people brought up, CalSequa and traffic studies and other things because of the difficulties in the neighborhood. What is the status of those processes? Necessary at all, or is there going to be a lot of it looked at by planning commission?
So staff has not made a determination yet on CEQA. Depending on, the results of that hydrology study, staff will then look at potential impacts. The planning commission for this project is the highest approving body, so they will be making any sort of final determination on CEQA based on staff's recommendation. So all of those requested studies will obviously guide staff's recommendation and will be required before the project moves to planning commission.
It will be required before it moves to planning commission?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure of that. I didn't want to have two planning commission meetings.
If I could just address the traffic, you said traffic study. So, current CEQA, we're looking at VMT, vehicle miles traveled, as like a threshold for determining impacts. This project does not increase, the vehicles miles traveled on the site to a significant point. And so traffic concerns, at least generated from this project, not speaking to any existing conditions that might be out there, but this project will not have a significant impact on traffic.
Is that assuming like there's no other projects around it and it's just what's coming out of the driveway onto a road? I mean,
It's looking at kind of the net increase of kind of development on this specific site.
okay.
any other questions before we bring it back to the commission? Okay, so with that, do you mind turning off the flashing red light? Flashing red light. So, is there anyone who'd like to make their comments first?
No.
Nobody wants to go first. All right.
Again, my comments are kind of the same, similar as the previous application we had. I think this, to call it a single-family home is kind of in name only. When these homes are basically, they have 3-foot side yards, no front yards. The landscaping is very minimal. You might as well do something in a multifamily configuration where you do have maybe some common areas that the residents could go out and enjoy, but there's none of that here. And I'm just not in favor of the site planning. I don't have any real objections to the architecture or the street alignment. I'm fine. What I object to is everything has been kind of shortchanged to where, with all these waivers and everything, I think it's just going to be a mess in there. From a design point of view, I think we're causing headaches, shall we say, for the users to where it's not a very nice place to live because of all the possible conflicts. I think things are just too tight. I think getting in and out of these garages are going to be problematic. Again, everybody thinks, gosh, kids are going to be out being happy, playing in the streets and everything and throwing the ball. But when you look at this, for example, on lot number 9, they have a 3-foot side yard. There's a fence, and then it's a 1-foot planter strip backed up to cars. So again, you can touch the house, touch the cars, and the expression is, well, we have a landscape buffer there. The reality is you might have some 1-foot skinny plants there up against a 30-foot wall of home. And that experience is going to be carried out throughout the entire project. And it's for that reason that I don't support this project. I think it just needs to be, I call it the livability, but I just don't think it works. And I think this one, more so than the other one, the character of this project, I think, is out of character with Walnut Boulevard. I think Walnut Boulevard still retains some of the more single-family, although I think it is in a transitional aspect. But I think this one probably jumps it a little bit too far from going from the traditional homes that you see along Walnut Boulevard to what they're proposing here. So for that reasons, I do want to make the comment on the, first of all, on the drainage. There's been a lot. In my experience, you know, the engineering, just what they have to go through, generally, it's always better than what's there. I mean, with what they have to go through there. So regardless whether it's this layout or not, I think from an engineering and drainage pattern, you know, generally it's always going to be better. So from the neighbor's point of view, you know, I know you try to find things to say, well, we don't want this development, but I think generally, you know, that's one thing that it's usually is a positive thing. The other thing, as far as the trees, again, a lot of these trees, it's almost a taking of the property, you know, where you have a large tree, and because it extends over 40 feet on the neighbor's property, you know, they can't build a house there or something like that. So again, you know, some of these trees, you know, everyone thinks that they may be 100, 150 years old, but the reality is, you know, a squirrel dropped it there 20 years ago. And while they may be nice, you know, there are opportunities that you have trees that belong to the new development, and we're not forcing a different design around a tree there just because that tree happened to be there. Now, having said that, though, I think this particular design is very underplanted. You know, you have, what, 4 front yard trees in the whole project, and then 6 little trees along the frontage. And again, it's not because the landscape architect didn't put them in, but there's just no place to put them in. You barely have room to put in little shrubs that are going to get 2 feet by 2 feet. There just isn't space to do any of that. And so that was my comment, that I think this is just single-family housing in name only, but as far as what you would expect for the livability, I don't see it, and therefore I'm not in agreement with this project.
Commissioner Valia.
Thank you. So, oh yes, Brian, you're so right. We're trying to force single family into lots that, I mean, in the quantity that we're trying to force these units into these lots, they don't fit. Again, I mean, it's too tight. And we can go on and talk about the architecture and talk about the materials and everything, but I think the major concern has already been expressed through all of you. And I think, again, the high density, the quality of life, the lack of studies, which I assume are coming. But I think those are the centerpieces of this project. And there are a lot of unknowns right now. So again, I do not support this. I think that architecturally, they didn't do the non-sexy drawings. They did a lot of sexy drawings, showing us the building from the outside and all these things. But they never created sections between buildings. I mean, 3 feet side yards with 6-foot fences. I would like to see that in a section with 30 high houses. I mean, I don't have a feeling for that, and then it's repetitious. I mean, it's a little bit boring as an architectural project, but that's really secondary. I mean, there are lots of issues beyond architecture and beyond aesthetics and beyond landscape today that have to be resolved to move forward with this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Gorney.
In interest of saving time, I will say that I agree with both the other commissioners' comments. I think that when it comes to the trees, what it's replaced with becomes extremely important. I think there's room there possibly to add more trees and more landscape and make it feel more natural as opposed to just a row of houses with trees in the space that are left over. So I think that needs to be addressed better. It's, again, another project that's sort of designed by state ordinance, and it's unfortunate because we're going to have to deal with this a lot. I almost wish Marc Desaulniers came to the meeting and watched this so he understood, and the state starts to understand what they're putting in front of us to force housing, in areas that are going to be in transition. And we're going to see more and more of this. The neighbors are going to see more and more of this, and our hands are tied on a lot of things to be able to deal with this. It is unfortunate there's a lot of information missing. I would have liked to see some more. But again, we used to do study sessions where we asked for less information. But with the 5 meetings thing, we have to actually ask for more. So we have a complete package to be able to say no. And it's sad. I don't want to be in that position. I really don't. I almost wish you could connect. I don't like the 7 feet between the buildings. I think the road width I'm fine with, the right-of-way, the lot frontage, I'm fine with. It's the area between the units that I really struggle with the most. I hate this sort of 3.5 feet to a fence and then 3.5 feet to a building, particularly when you have gables on the sides, gable to gable. That whole section through that, I think that's not going to work very well. And I think that's one of the problems I have with the project. If you connected some of them and did like a 3-unit together and a 2-unit together. I did a project once years ago. We tried to maintain the scale of the houses in the existing neighborhood, but make them multiple units. I don't know if you could do that on this one. It'd be a little tough to do. This again, I look at projects like David Baker's Iron Horse Lofts. Housing project. It's got some, single and tandem garages. It's more creative in the way it is. Here we are making tinier and tighter little single-family homes and jamming them on the site, which I just think is such an old-fashioned way to do things. And I'm just tired of seeing them, so I don't support it as it is right now. There's things on the architecture that I like. I'm glad it's only 2-story. I think looking the rooms, looking into the yard, not into each other is good. The trash, the little covered porches need work. The plans are good. The traffic issues, I think Planning Commission needs to address. The other things we talked about, some stone integration, looking at that streetscape elevation, it needs to be done. There's some metal roof pieces that have low slopes that look kind of silly, and some really tall wood areas. And, a final accurate kind of site and landscape plan would be important. Again, I say all those things because we only get 5 meetings. And if it comes back twice and all of a sudden it's like, what happens if we have a meeting, we're not happy with the project, and the applicant just says, well, the heck with it, we're just going to do what we want. I don't like that. So I tried to get everything in the meeting on architecture. So if it does move forward, Planning Commission, there are specific issues to deal with. That's it for me. Thank you.
Commissioner Crowling.
Great, thank you. Again, I listened to the public speaking, and I empathize, and I pretty much agree with what all the speakers had to say. The one thing I want to throw in there, though, is so the city staff, which includes Haley, they have a job to do where they have to operate under the laws as they are. So they've got a tough job. So, they're doing the best they can with the guardrails that the legislature's put in front of them. So I wanted to stand up for the staff because they have a tough job. Do I like the houses? Yeah, I actually kind of like the houses. They're pretty cool houses. I could live in one of those houses. The problem is, and I always like to do props, so I'm going to stand up for a minute. If I can't do this between my house and the fence, there's something wrong. There's just something fundamentally wrong. It's too tight together. It is like somebody dropped some Legos on a grid and tried to put as many as we can on there. So just to be super brief, I'll just say, okay, does the state law say that you can plop 13 houses on that 1.51 acres? It sure does. And I'll just key off of Commissioner Gorney. Call Congressman Desaulniers or your other state representatives. They made these laws and got them through, and now you're dealing with the consequences. We all are as citizens of Walnut Creek and citizens of California. Does the builder have to put 13 houses on this lot? No. Why not go with the 10 that that the basic R10 zoning would let you do? More space, maybe even slightly larger houses, more architectural variation, getting rid of less trees, etc. So just because you can, by law, put 13 houses, is that the right thing to do? Are you doing the right thing for Walnut Creek? These houses are going to sell for well over $1 million. Even the affordable units, I don't know what affordable means, but there'll probably be at least $500,000 plus what the folks will have to pay. There's a lot of money to be made in this development if you did 10 houses. I know there's more money to be made with 13, but is it the right thing to do? Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so for my final thoughts, I agree. It's a lot to cram on one site. I don't need to say that again. I think the design team has solved as much as they can pretty effectively. I like that they moved it away from the neighbors as much as they could. I liked that they've narrowed the road and done what they could. I can appreciate that they're designing for a specific buyer that can handle these parameters. My comment that's unique and different from anything else is if and when we see this again, I think it's important, similar to our comments on the previous project, that it really pays attention to the surrounding community. And I think the landscape is the best tool to do that, to integrate it and consider that maybe instead of this tree-lined promenade, it's got clusters of more suitable trees for the environment, and that maybe the landscape that goes in serves more of a purpose than just a linear lining of the architecture. So that's something that I think, regardless of the shape this takes, needs to consider, because I like the eclectic, mature nature out there. I do think that this site should have this higher density, not this particular higher density, but be considered for more units. I think that's an appropriate area for it. I understand that the traffic is a pain, but it's, I think it's inevitable, and it's our duty to try to find a way to make that work within the site, and this feels like they're doing the best they can, but it's too much. So we seem to be making a movement towards, not an official motion movement, but a leaning towards a similar plan, that this moves to Planning Commission, but we don't recommend it. Is that correct? And we don't do a motion.
Correct. In order to do so, we really need to have or formulate some specific, I don't want to say findings, but specific recommendations based on those things that SB 30 allows a denial for. Not necessarily a denial, but in this case, a recommendation. And that's, health safety issues. So I think we're going to have to probably discuss this the comments made in the meeting tonight by the commissioners, and see what can be pulled out of that to make the recommendations that would be consistent with SB 330.
Okay. So is there any effort that we need to do right now tonight to support that?
Unless you have more comments.
I read an article that tree biodiversity helps immunity health.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? Is that helpful? Okay. All right.
Claire, is there anything I should add on that statement?
No, I think tonight it's I agree with the approach. I think tonight it's not a decision, so that the commission has to provide directions or recommendations. And so that's, I think, where the project will go from there.
Okay.
I would hope that, reading between the lines, that we're not to a point to where we can't make these recommendations because of state law, and if that's the case, what are we doing here?
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, if I can't say that this is a lousy project because the state says you can build it anyway, well, I'll stay home. I mean, you're wasting my time. So, I don't like to hear is that we can't say what we're saying. We have to couch it in the terms of it being public health and safety when we're a design review and we're talking about design here. So, again, just for the state lawmakers, I guess, to take notice.
I'm going to step way out on a limb here. So, because I keep hearing we have to show health and safety sort of issues. So, today's current government talks about physical infrastructure and they talk about social infrastructure. And under social infrastructure, sometimes you hear issues of, mental health and well-being of people, et cetera. So I'll put out there that it's a health and safety issue if we're going to pack too many people into a specific set of square feet. We're not going to offer them a quality of life that socially would be good for them. And so there's a out on the limb finding that I would make about packing 13 houses on 1.5 acres.
The line.
Just to clarify, tonight we're not at that stage yet, where the findings are to be made, or where we have to consider those issues. I think the commission is well within its authority to make recommendations and provide the directions. So we're not at that point yet in the project. Is the clarification I want to make.
Yeah, I get that. I was going along with our secretary's suggestion that we are going to have to somehow eventually base our recommendations on some kind of finding, so I just thought I would toss one out there for consideration.
Commissioner Gordy.
The line in the staff report that keeps getting me, it says, we cannot impose conditions that would have the effect of impacting the development's ability to provide housing, i.e., precluding the applicant's ability to achieve the proposed density. And by saying that, we can't say anything that'll change the density, it sounds like. And
Well, it
so,
seems to me, we get to comment on the site plan and the plant palette, but nothing that would impact how many units we're seeing on the
Right.
site. And the number one thing that bothered all of us was the number of units on the site.
right, so smaller units, more space between, to have more landscape.
It's all about that.
Yeah.
I mean, probably it's not the single family with 3 feet separation. Probably it's a different model that you have to try. Probably the density is okay, but it's the way this thing was assembled that doesn't look right and doesn't feel right.
Right.
But we can enforce that.
I know.
I'm commiserating. Okay, so let's close this item and move on to item 5, commission considerations. Thank you all for your patience. Okay, so the portion of the agenda is for items not required to be publicly noticed. Is this where we're discussing the calendar?
Yes, there are 2 items today. There's one on the agenda and one that I just want to mention.
Okay,
But I did notice that for 2022, there are no special meeting dates. I think all these are the first and the third Wednesdays of the year, as I think. I think I went through there and, yes. So there's no special meeting dates. Nothing runs up against a holiday.
great.
So have at it.
Looks good.
When do we change commissioners? Like, when are our
Hey,
terms?
come on now, I'm new.
What's that?
Come on now, I'm new.
I don't know all these things.
Is it,
We're in a meeting. This meeting's we're still on another item.
is it beginning of March?
I think it is March. I think it is
That
spring.
sounds right,
Okay,
I think. but
can't
I'm not
remember,
sure.
I just wanted to figure that out, okay. Oh, yeah, these days, yes.
Stick around, we're just having fun.
And does anybody have any comments on the calendar?
Nope.
No,
No, sir.
Hearing none. Okay. The second item would be the 11/3 meeting is canceled.
okay,
11:03, okay, good.
noted.
Okay, so for all that,
11/3 is canceled?
yes.
Okay.
I like it.
And that is all I have,
Great,
Chair.
We're all available anyway. Okay. So commissioner, member, and staff reports or announcements.
I mentioned this to Chip. I don't know if the other commissioners have experienced this, but I haven't been getting my packet till about Tuesday midday.
I got it today.
And,
I didn't
you
get
know,
mine
that's
at all.
just, not enough time, and it's not being fair to the applicant, because, you know, I'm not doing a good enough review, go out to the site and so forth, so, you know, unless, something changes, you know, I just, I don't feel I'm doing my job properly.
Can we
for the
start
1
picking
days.
up here again like we used to? We used to pick them up on Fridays in the mayor's office.
Yeah,
Sure.
I don't-
Yeah,
That was a
I
better
know that's not,
For
probably
me,
not
that
the
worked
best,
better because I always got it for the weekend.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that works for everybody, but I'm sure we can arrange that. Let me know if you want to pick up your packet.
I would.
And remember, it's, if you don't have it and you want to look at stuff and you have time on a weekend, it's always online to read.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing.
And Commissioner Valia, did you say you got yours yesterday?
Today.
Today,
I got mine yesterday.
okay.
I still haven't gotten mine.
It's probably in your mailbox now.
Could be. Checked it this afternoon.
Okay, any other commission member and staff reports or announcements?
I have one. I'm just, this is one thing I wanted Haley maybe to weigh in on, how the objective standards are working out. We kind of rushed those through a year ago. You know, I work with staff to kind of put some things together. And we were always thinking of them in terms of larger buildings, taller buildings, longer buildings, but we're using the same thing for smaller projects. I'm just kind of wondering how the objective standards are working out generally for staff.
We've had to apply them to 3 projects, and none of those projects are really the ones that we were thinking about when we were putting together objective design standards.
Exactly.
And now, with SB 9, SB 330 applies to all residential construction, so one house. So, you know, we're finding out now, these are the pioneer projects. We've had 3 now, 2 tonight. So we're seeing the effects of the application or the compliance with ODS and what it looks like. And of course, then you start throwing waivers out at ODS. So that's frustrating.
At some point, we need to review it sometime in a conference room. Let me know.
If I could just add the ODS checklist that we put together and that, you know, folks in this room were kind of a part of, that was in direct response to when SB 330 was written, and it simply takes all of our existing design guidelines that are written objectively. So we didn't create any new ones at the time. We just needed to address the current law. We've always had the intent, and there's always been the process underway to kind of revamp our design guidelines and our objective design standards to kind of, you know, look at areas of, you know, where there's gaps. It doesn't address mixed use very well. It doesn't address this, you know, these types of projects. So that is still an intent. It's still underway. It's obviously gotten slowed down a bit by the last year and a half, but it is still our intent to do that.
And this whole idea we talked about with 5 meetings, you know, we only have 5 meetings. We have a design review meeting and we basically don't like what's been done, and it's the 5th meeting. What does that mean?
Well, I'm not sure. So it includes, and then those also includes subcommittee meetings and appeals.
Yeah.
So we have to account for those.
Yep. And the whole idea of turning every 2-car garage into an ADU is another one that's going to enter in. And as Brian said, are we becoming redundant once you have objective design standards and we can't say anything?
Yeah, I almost want to say that if it takes more than 5 hearings, it's approved, but I'm not, I don't know that for sure.
Be interesting to know.
What's that?
Be interesting to know.
I think just
to
a
know.
decision has to be made.
Yeah.
Decision has to be made.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. As the new state laws keep going, it'd be good to keep getting updates for us at some point.
There's more coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Okay, adjournment. Thank you.
11:36.
There you go.
That's right.
Good.
Yes.